born into a prestigious and renowned family. Ironically, young Belle possessed no remarkable talents or extraordinary abilities. Belle's life was filled with constant beatings, his body covered in wounds. Furthermore, children born from concubines in this noble family, like Belle and his younger sister, Sarah, were constantly branded with the derogatory label of bastards. Consequently, they endured relentless harshness, severity, and unreasonable injustice. Every time he was brutally beaten, Belle was overwhelmed with guilt towards his little sister. He blamed himself for being so incompetent and weak, causing Sarah to suffer alongside him. But in those moments of despair, Sarah never blamed her brother. Instead, she always offered Belle gentle, warm comfort, touched by his sister's kindness and sincere affection. Belle vowed that one day he would become stronger than ever, to protect Sarah, even at the cost of his own life. However, the unexpected was yet to come. The very next morning, Bio was mercilessly kicked out of the house. And what worried him most, what haunted his mind, was that Zira, his little sister, would be bullied and tormented by those cruel people. Things would only get worse without him there to protect her. At that very moment, Bio made up his mind, fueled by the will to become stronger than ever, at least strong enough to rescue his sister from that living hell. Moreover, he also understood a truth. Mastering an ordinary weapon was meaningless, a drop in the bucket, when facing a knight armed with a divine weapon. Therefore, he poured all his heart and soul into training himself, becoming stronger. He started by emptying his meager pockets, buying every weapon in the shop, and then he diligently trained nonstop for 2 whole years. Every day, he recklessly threw himself into hordes of ferocious monsters to fight and gain experience. Bio thought that things would continue like this, just keep going until he mastered his skills, becoming a true warrior. But then, one fateful day, a mysterious figure, hidden in the shadows, witnessed Go Yom's burning desire and extraordinary willpower. Moved by his unwavering spirit, the master decided to entrust him with a great responsibility. The sacred sword Avalon, with its legendary power, was bestowed upon Go Yom, one of the ultimate divine treasures, allowing its owner to store countless divine weapons within and pass down its power to future generations. Passed down through generations of heroes, Avalon continuously absorbed essence, increasing its power, marked in heroic history. The sacred sword was once wielded by 5 legendary heroes, renowned throughout the world. If Go Yom can unlock Avalon's true potential, then he will become the wielder of the ultimate weapon, the most powerful in the world. And now, Go Yom is the chosen one, inheriting this great legacy. After 3 years of rigorous training under the guidance of the mysterious master, Go Yom was completely transformed, becoming incredibly powerful. He took down a ferocious flame dragon in the blink of an eye, as easily as crushing a tiny gecko. After witnessing Belle's spectacular martial arts display, the mysterious figure had to admit that he had completely mastered Aval's power. Now those ordinary S-rank knights were no match for him. They were mere ants. Finally, he was strong enough to return to the renowned Satan Sophie clan and rescue his little sister. 5 years had passed since the young man was expelled from his clan, wandering aimlessly. After enduring bitterness, humiliation, and years of relentless training, finally, he possessed the absolute power to protect his beloved sister. Without a moment's hesitation, Belle immediately set off, urging his horse to gallop back home. But instead of reuniting with his sister, Sarah, what awaited him was a bloody, brutal war. A fierce civil war was raging between the 2 powerful clans, Atartrophy and Roger Winter. Belle, panicked, rushed into the mansion, desperately searching for Sarah amidst the chaos. The pain was unbearable. When he found her, his little sister's body was already cold. Seeing his beloved sister lying motionless, her breath completely gone, Bio was numb, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Overwhelmed by grief, he screamed in despair, his cries echoing through the space. In the midst of his sorrow, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared, launching a sneak attack on Bio. The dark figure concealed his face, hidden in the shadows, but based on the powerful mana emanating from him, Bio guessed that the enemy was definitely a D-rank knight, possessing formidable strength. He possessed the Holy Hand, a divine arm with terrifying power. Even more frightening, this murderer seemed to know Bio's true identity, and he was the one who had taken Sarah's life. Now, with murderous intent burning in his eyes, he wanted to send Bio to the underworld to reunite with his sister in death. Looking at the enemy who had brutally murdered his sister, Bio yearned to throw himself into a death match to perish together with him in revenge. But alas, he was severely injured, his own life hanging by a thread. In the end, he could only watch helplessly, witnessing the brutal act and then bitterly closing his eyes. Perhaps Bio's suffering was too great, too tragic, that it moved the highest deity to compassion, granting him a chance to right his wrongs, to start anew. More importantly, a chance for revenge against those who wronged him in his past life. Opening his eyes once more, he was astonished to find himself still alive, lying in the grand cathedral of the prestigious Satan Sophie clan. At first, he was completely bewildered, unable to understand what was happening, his mind a tangled mess. It wasn't until the priest spoke that he realized with a shock that he had been sent back in time, returned to the distant past. It was the time of the great power prophecy ceremony, which determined everyone's fate. Before Bio could collect himself, the priest requested that he quickly raise both hands and focus on visualizing his sacred weapon. Bio obediently followed the priest's instructions, believing that everything would unfold exactly as it did in his previous life, because at this moment he still hadn't been bestowed a guardian avatar. However, what he didn't expect, what truly surprised him, was the unexpected appearance of the legendary sword, Avalon, at this momentous prophecy ceremony. Holding the divine Avalon, the holy sword, Bel's resolve only grew stronger, determined to change the predetermined fate for himself and his little sister. It seemed that from this sacred moment, his life truly began a new chapter, an extraordinary journey truly commenced. The priest stood there. Witnessing the divine weapon Bel carried was merely an empty scabbard. His astonishment was unconcealed. He believed that the boy would be unable to fight, unable to resist the dark forces with this seemingly useless weapon. Faced with the priest's skepticism, Bel remained calm, his expression serene, as if nothing had happened, because deep down he firmly believed that he held in his hands a peerless treasure, a divine weapon with power beyond imagination. As soon as he stepped out of the church doors, he immediately ran to his sister's room. As expected, at this moment in the flow of the past, young Sarah was still alive, beautiful, and full of life, just as he remembered her in his cherished memories. Seeing her beloved brother return, Sarah was overjoyed. She rushed out, eagerly asking him about the important prophecy ceremony held that day. But before she could finish her question, Bio quickly embraced his little sister in a tight hug. Perhaps the reunion with his beloved sister, combined with the lingering regrets of the tragedy from his past life, overwhelmed his heart with emotions he could no longer contain. This time, he vowed to himself, no matter the cost, he would not allow the tragedies and heartbreaks of his past life to repeat themselves. Only when Sarah complained that he was hugging too tightly, making it hard for her to breathe, did he flusteredly release her. However, as the siblings were immersed in their touching reunion, their familial love overflowing, suddenly, their other brother, the one who often bullied them, suddenly appeared, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Upon seeing Bel, he immediately began to taunt and mock him about the prophecy ceremony. Bel didn't hide anything, frankly replying that the weapon he received was just an empty scabbard. Hearing that, the thug burst out laughing, his contempt obvious. He ridiculed Bel's scabbard as garbage, utterly fitting for a lowly half-breed. He didn't hesitate to insult Sarah, Bel's little sister, calling them a pair of fools. Hearing these insults, Bel's blood boiled. He immediately demanded a retraction, Bell could endure insults directed at himself, but he would absolutely not tolerate anyone insulting Sarah. He wouldn't forgive anyone who dared to touch his sister. And yet this bastard dared to do just that. Not only did he not apologize, he became even more aggressive, raising his hand to strike Bell. His attack was ruthless, merciless. Remove the Chinese characters as requested. However, Bell was different now. He had a completely new standing. Therefore, it was obvious that this punk was no match for him. As usual, with just one punch, Bell easily shut his foul mouth. At the same time, he sternly warned him never to insult Sarah again. But it seemed like this was the first time this punk had been hit so hard by Bell, making him so angry that he went crazy. Feeling like he had been slapped in the face, humiliated, he immediately pulled out his ultimate weapon, a flaming spear, and threatened to tear Bell apart. When Bell saw the seriousness on his arrogant brother's face, he decided to indulge him. Because now, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Bring it on, let's see who's stronger. He then reassured Sarah, asking her to step back and let him handle this. Then Bell began to summon his avatar sword, getting into position, ready to teach that punk a lesson. Prepare to say your prayers, punk. At this point, the punk was still incredibly arrogant, looking down on everyone. I'm a ranky knight. You're no match for me. Actually, knights are ranked based on their abilities and strength. Those newly bestowed with a divine weapon start at rank F, after learning to control and master the mana within their divine weapon. They're promoted to rank E, to reach rank B or higher. A knight must be able to utilize that mana to execute powerful attacks. Specifically, to break through to rank B, a crucial requirement must be met, awakening. This involves unlocking and controlling the special hidden skills within their divine weapon. In short, a rank E knight is nothing to brag about compared to the hundreds, thousands of seasoned experts out there. Countless exceptional individuals are hidden throughout the world. Therefore, Bell simply scoffed at Day's arrogance. Day was boasting about reaching rank E at the age of 14, despite still being a trainee knight in the apprenticeship phase. Bell showed no fear. On the contrary, he loudly mocked him. Bell's haughty attitude, unlike his usual demeanor, enraged Day to the point of contorting his face. In a fit of rage, Day immediately lunged at Bell with his spear. Seeing the ferocious mad dog charging towards her, Bell reacted with lightning speed, summoning a sharp sword. A brilliant aura emanated from California, sweeping away all the firepower in front of her. With a single move, she completely destroyed his divine weapon. Everything happened so fast that it took Jay a moment to process what had just occurred. The scene before him was bizarre and incomprehensible. Bell's scabbard was clearly empty just moments ago. Yet now, such a powerful sword had appeared. Even now, he stubbornly raised his voice, shouting, "Don't mess with me. You clearly tricked me. You were hiding your true skills. If I had known you had such a powerful weapon, things would have been different. I won't let this go. You'll pay for this. You won't escape, you big oaf with no love in your heart." But this guy was all talk and no action. Immediately after, he took to his heels and ran away. Of course, B.O. wouldn't let this slide. He wasn't one to back down from challenge. Just as the troublemaker was about to slink out of the room, B.O. swiftly drew his powerful firearm, the Ragnarok, from its holster. A sharp bang echoed, a potent warning shot. "Don't you ever think about touching Sarah or me?" B.O. growled, his eyes as sharp as knives. "You better remember that. If you dare mess with us again, I'll blow your head off right here." Seeing B.O.'s decisive and cold-blooded action, the man's face paled in fear, and he didn't dare utter another word. He ran for his life, head down, looking like a pathetic loser, a stark contrast to his initial arrogance. After dealing with the thug, B.O. turned to Sarah, his eyes softening considerably. He quietly admired her bright smile. The happiness on his sister's face warmed his heart. He further solidified his resolve to become even stronger to protect Sarah and himself. Elsewhere, after being taught a harsh lesson by Bell, the cowardly servant ran straight to Duke Galleon Kata's coffee, the head of the prestigious family and father of those brats. to falsely accuse Bel of making a pact with a demon. He claimed Bel's weapon possessed extraordinary, unnatural power and demanded Bel's immediate expulsion from the family. However, after listening to the entire story, Galleon showed no anger or suspicion towards Bel. On the contrary, he found the boy quite intriguing. The Duke even went to meet Bel personally to verify the claims, leaving the dumbfounded servant behind. As for Bel, after the recent fight, he felt exhausted, his body completely drained. After all, he was still just a child with a frail body, and he hadn't yet mastered mana control. Using the divine weapon consumed a lot of his energy, especially the Ragnarok firearm. He tried to fire another shot, but failed. Therefore, his current strength was only around F rank. Suddenly, Bel recalled something from his previous life, etched in Bel's memory. The force that attacked Castrophe years ago was the infamous Rouge Winter family. In reality, Rouge Winter was not just a family, but a lineage of renowned knights, famous throughout the land. They were known as the Sworn Enemies, the age-old rivals of the Satan Luffy family since time immemorial. For an ambitious force like Rouge Winter, anything could be an excuse, a spark to ignite war. They were willing to incite rebellion, to wage war with even the slightest provocation. Therefore, Bel was almost certain that the culprit behind the tragedy of him and his sister, Sarah, was a member of the brutal Rouge Winter family. However, unlike his past weakness and helplessness, in this life, Bel possessed an unwavering determination to protect Sarah at all costs. But to achieve that, first, he needed to consolidate his position and elevate his status within the family. And it seemed luck was smiling upon Bel. Fate was on his side, because soon after, the head of the family, Galleon, personally came to see him. Bel was astonished to see the man who sired him. He was utterly speechless. After all, Galleon Atrophy was the hero who single-handedly defeated the tyrannical Demon King in a legendary battle over 25 years ago. This legendary warrior even ventured alone into the 6 depths of the Dark Continent, the dwelling place of the infamous Tatarot, to destroy it. Thanks to these glorious achievements, renowned throughout the realm, he was respectfully honored as the original Sword Saint. Initially, Bel couldn't understand why a figure of his father's stature, someone he rarely had the chance to meet, would suddenly appear here. But as soon as he noticed the rope behind him, the boy immediately realized the problem. It must have been that loudmouth shadow soldier who spilled the beans about this morning's incident. However, for Bel, this was a good opportunity, because the quickest way to elevate his status within the family was to gain the attention of his great father. He quickly grasped the situation, understanding the current circumstances. Immediately, he respectfully greeted Galleon as the head of the family, showing proper respect. Galleon was quite surprised by Bel's actions. He noticed that Bel had matured and changed a lot compared to the last time they met. Galleon softened his voice, telling Bel that there was no need to be so formal, and to just relax and chat comfortably. He explained that he came here today not as a lord, but as a respected elder. However, Bel maintained his polite demeanor and tactfully refused. He explained that just one wrong word could lead the entire conversation into a deadlock. Therefore, he always had to be careful and considerate, and take responsibility for his every word and action. Seeing his son's stubbornness, Galleon decided to indulge Bel. He allowed Bel to stand up, no longer needing to maintain formalities. But on the other hand, he intentionally exuded the aura and authority of the family head. The father's authority made even the defiant son fight. Immediately, he questioned him about the early morning fight with Jay. Clearly, he had strictly forbidden any fighting among the brothers. So why did he dare disobey and fight the older brother he should respect? Seeing Bio in a difficult situation, being interrogated by their father, the snitch Jay was immensely smug. Despite the immense pressure from his father, Bio firmly stated the truth. He insisted he did it to protect his younger sister from being bullied. Furthermore, he boldly declared that he felt no remorse for his actions. Bio loudly told his father that standing idly by while his loved ones were harmed was an unacceptable disgrace for a true knight. Therefore, he would fight to the end to protect his sister, even if his opponent was his own brother. Upon hearing these righteous words, Galen instantly drew his sword, pointing its sharp tip at the young boy, and threatened him. Even if your opponent is me, so what? Belle, without hesitation, raised her head and proudly replied, no matter who my opponent is, I will absolutely not back down. I will fight to the end, Your Grace. Your Grace. This was probably the first time Galen had encountered a child as stubborn and defiant as Belle, and it piqued his interest. Finally, Galen decided to let it go. However, Jay, witnessing Belle's spectacular escape from the dangerous situation, was furious. He threw a tantrum, demanding that Galen punish Belle. Actually, Galen initially wanted to end things here, but this clueless brat just wanted to make a big deal out of it. So, he had to question Jay about bullying his younger sister, and even losing to his younger brother. How shameful for an older brother to be so weak, unable to set an example for his disciples. It was a disgrace, an unbearable humiliation. Finally, Gal ordered him to disappear from his sight immediately. Only Bo and his father remained in the silent room. At that moment, Gal directly asked the boy to demonstrate his true abilities, allowing him to witness them firsthand. Bo summoned his treasure, the legendary sword, Avalon. Upon seeing the scabbard, Gal was utterly astonished because before, he had heard rumors in the Jianghu about a legendary sword, a divine weapon possessing extraordinary power. It was said to hold the soul of a primal knight, remarkably similar to the treasures that the greatest heroes in history had possessed, passed down through generations. To verify his speculation, he asked Bo if he had ever used a sword and a gun. He didn't hide it. He openly admitted the truth. Furthermore, he drew 2 divine artifacts from his sword bag and revealed a shocking truth. 3 more treasures remained unused. By now, the audience was completely overwhelmed by the astonishing scene unfolding before their eyes. Could he be the next hero who will change the world? So before leaving, he gave his son, Belle, some cryptic advice. I'm not usually interested in weakness and childishness, but I have high hopes for you, Belle. Do your best. Finally, after seeing his father off, Belle could breathe a sigh of relief. So, the first step in gaining the head of the family's trust was a complete success. And now, the most important thing he needed to do was to increase his own strength, so that he could reach level D in the shortest possible time. At the same time, he needed to defeat monsters to accumulate more mana. With that in mind, he embarked on his arduous journey of leveling up, starting with hunting weak snails in the nearest forest. At dawn the next day, Bo arrived at the dense forest near the mansion, where he had trained in martial arts after being expelled from his clan in his previous life. But today, a strange feeling washed over him, despite traveling a considerable distance. Yet, he hadn't encountered a single monster. Not a single creature appeared. Moments later, deeper within the gloomy forest, Bill stumbled upon the mysterious corpse of a snail. One glance was enough to sense something was amiss. And sure enough, right after that, Bo was suddenly attacked by an incredibly powerful force. Fortunately, he reacted in time and blocked the fatal blow, suffering only a few minor scratches and feeling slightly dizzy. It turned out, charging towards him was a friendia, a monstrous creature of terrifying size. Damn it. What the hell happened? Where did all the other monsters go? Bell had initially planned to hunt some low-level monsters for experience points. He never expected to encounter a dangerous D-rank monster like a friendia. Talk about bad luck. To make matters worse, his mana was critically low, almost depleted. His overall strength was equivalent to a weak E-rank adventurer. Facing this monster was like a grasshopper challenging a chariot. He had absolutely no chance of winning. Honestly, he just wanted to run back home as fast as his legs could carry him. However, he feared the ferocious monster would tear him to shreds if he turned his back. The moment he decided to flee, the friendia lunged at Bell with lightning speed. Luckily, he managed to dodge the deadly pounce. At the same time, he quickly drew his dark firestone gun, Black Flamestone, but the bullet was too slow due to his severe mana shortage. The friendia easily dodged the weak attack. When guns proved ineffective, Bell was forced to draw his sword and engage in direct combat. A fierce, breathtaking battle between man and monster erupted, although Bell had anticipated the formidable strength of this friendia. He didn't expect it to be so cunning and devious. Every time Belle almost had it finished, it would flicker in and out of existence, dodging skillfully. The prolonged chase infuriated Belle. If it were the Belle of the past, he could have easily defeated this monster. Simply put, even Belle's speed was waning, unable to keep up with the friendia. Not to mention, his current combat strength was significantly reduced. Not long after, the friendia seemed to have grown tired of its game of cat and mouse with Belle. Therefore, it switched to a relentless, non-stop offensive. Its goal was to exhaust Belle before finishing him off. Indeed, Belle was now battered and worn down by the monster. The situation was dire. The young man was barely holding on. Facing the monster's gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, the young man was filled with terror. Could it be that having just been reincarnated, he was about to face death once more? No, absolutely not. He was determined to survive. Therefore, he resolutely summoned his divine protector, the legendary Aegis shield. The sturdy shield materialized, forming an impenetrable defense. However, the cunning friendia monster swiftly circled behind him. It attacked his blind spot, landing a critical blow. The impact was so powerful that both of his divine weapons ceased to function. Now, both his sharp sword and sturdy shield were useless. Using the hammer would be too difficult. Left with no other choice, he had to resort to his last resort. Just before the monster lunged for the kill, he summoned the final divine weapon hidden within his scabbard. Truthfully, he didn't want to use this treasure, but the ferocious monster had forced his hand. Fine, if that's what it wants, Belle will oblige. It's time for an all-out, no-holds-barred brawl. Immediately after, the ferocious monster charged again in a frenzy, attempting to crush Belle. But this time, Belle wasn't holding back. He moved with agility, swiftly landing on the monster's back. Quick as lightning, Belle swung his divine hammer, striking a critical blow to the monster's weak point. He didn't give it any chance to retaliate or turn the tables. To achieve this, Belle had to utilize his ultimate treasure, Aegis, the gauntlet of mysterious shadows. Aegis possesses extraordinary power, capable of boosting the wearer's physical strength to new heights. This power grows exponentially and relentlessly. Moreover, Aegis makes Belle's strength increasingly formidable over time. This means Belle has now reached an entirely different level, a new realm of power, surpassing his previous limits. This pathetic monster is clearly no match for Belle. It's time for you to descend to hell. Come to me, you miserable cur. Without further hesitation. What a spectacular display, a relentless barrage from the young man. You could say he was tormenting the monster like a pathetic flea. He showed no mercy, continuing his assault until the friendia breathed its last. Only when his opponent offered no resistance did he finally relent. On the other hand, he also felt a sense of relief, having finished the swift battle quickly, because the shadow gauntlets he possessed held an extraordinary power, a special ability from the very beginning, and he couldn't abuse that power for too long. The longer he used them, the easier it was for him to be consumed, corrupted by the darkness they brought. In other words, to put it more simply, using this magical artifact was like falling into the trap of drug addiction. The deeper he sank, the more immersed he became, the harder it was to escape. However, what puzzled him the most right now was a question with no answer. Why was there a friendia in this dense forest? Belle was certain that in his past life memories, he had never encountered such a creature. Just then, the hammer portion of Belle's weapon suddenly reacted strangely. It turned out that after defeating and destroying Friendia, Belle had absorbed and could now utilize the monster's unique abilities. Thus, in the long run, hunting powerful monsters would be more beneficial than hunting weaker ones. It seemed that on this trip, Belle had reaped quite a bountiful harvest. He decided to stop here and return home. Meanwhile, at the grand mansion of the Sophie Satan family, little Sarah was happily playing, weaving a flower crown in the beautiful garden, when it was suddenly snatched away by her cruel older sister, Jessica. Not only did she steal the flower crown, Jessica also mocked and ridiculed Sarah. Then, she callously tossed the crown to her subordinate, Spencer, who was standing nearby, so he could destroy it. Jessica's cruelty didn't stop there. Not satisfied, she intended to turn Sarah into a target for her six-shooting game. Fortunately, just before Jessica's bullet could hit Sarah, Belle appeared in the nick of time, shielding and protecting the little girl. Our protagonist At this moment, B.O. smirked triumphantly and exclaimed, "Ah, caught you red-handed. You dare bully my little sister? You're in for it now, you little bitch." But it seemed Jessica was still unaware of what B.O. had done to her lackey. Therefore, she maintained her arrogant and insolent attitude. She remained haughty and disdainful. "Hey, what kind of charade are you trying to pull here?" Jessica asked in a condescending tone. "You half-breeds sure know how to ruin someone's day." B.O. didn't bother paying attention to her nonsense. He focused on comforting his sister. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." However, B.O. wanted peace, but Jessica wouldn't let it be. Her henchman, Spencer, suddenly spoke up threateningly. He ordered, "You are not allowed to look at my lady disrespectfully." B.O. felt extremely annoyed. How dare an outsider lecture him? His attitude was so arrogant that one would mistake him for the master. Because of Spencer's rudeness, B.O. decided to teach him a lesson. "The way you speak to the Count's son is a bit much, don't you think? Why should I respect the son of a concubine?" she retorted with a sneer. Witnessing this, Jessica, standing beside him, sneered. She not only mocked the brother's poor background, but also insisted that B.O. was just lucky to have one against Jay. She claimed B.O.'s victory was purely a fluke, and arrogantly declared herself to be on a completely different level. She deemed B.O. too inexperienced and unworthy to be compared to her. Faced with such a loud-mouthed and condescending person, B.O. didn't want to waste his breath arguing. Instead, he bluntly challenged her to experience his strength firsthand. If she wasn't brave enough, she should stay silent and not provoke him further. B.O. didn't expect her to be so brazenly provocative. Jessica, furious and red-faced, immediately ordered Spencer to teach him a lesson. Spencer, seemingly waiting for this opportunity, had been eager to fight B.O. He immediately summoned his sacred weapon and launched a powerful preemptive strike. Unlike the previous cowardly leopard, Spencer was a genuine D-rank knight, possessing considerable strength. His sacred weapon was a sharp ice whip. Therefore, he was extremely confident in his abilities. He went on to describe in vivid detail how he would torture Bell, making him so terrified that he'd wet his pants every time he saw him afterward. "I'll start by freezing your feet, so you won't waste any more useless effort trying to escape. Then your hands and body, until you're completely immobile, unable to move a muscle. And finally," he sneered, "I'll punch you in the face, until you can't even recognize yourself in the mirror. By now." Bell was thoroughly sick of listening to this bastard's bragging. He spoke coldly, telling him to get on with it, and that he would make him pay dearly for making Sarah cry. Immediately, Spencer lashed out with his whip, striking at Bell, but he easily dodged the attack, leaving Jessica utterly stunned. Not stopping there, Bell continued to anticipate his every move, moving with the swift agility of a panther. In fact, for a high-level knight like Bell, this guy, Spencer, truly possesses impressive divine artifact manipulation abilities. However, compared to the years of arduous training and battle experience Bell accumulated from his past life, Spencer's skills are mere child's play, clumsy tricks, after a relentless barrage of attacks. Yet failing to even graze a hair on Bell's head, he began to rage, consumed by frustration. Spencer contemptuously dismissed Bell as a coward, a craven who only knew how to hide. Hearing the insult, Bell responded coldly, "Fine if that's what you want, then I won't dodge anymore." With that, he abruptly stood still, calmly waiting for Spencer's attack. Bell's audacious action left the three people present utterly astonished, stunned into silence. No one expected Bell to be so reckless, to gamble with his life. Seeing the golden opportunity, Spencer didn't hesitate, immediately unleashing a fatal blow. And just as Bell had declared, he didn't flinch, didn't make any attempt to evade. Bell stood firm, taking the full force of the powerful attack. But even with his limbs frozen solid in thick ice from the direct hit, B.O. remained calm, completely unfazed by his opponent's triumphant expression. "Is that all you've got?" B.O. asked casually. "All right, my turn." Immediately, he summoned the powerful pistol, Ragnarok, from his scabbard. He unleashed Ragnarok's destructive power, shattering the thick ice that bound his limbs. Now, B.O. was free to move again. Witnessing this spectacular escape, both Spencer and Ajita's faces paled. Their expressions shifted rapidly, from pale to flushed with shock. They couldn't believe that Bo possessed two divine weapons. Unwilling to waste words on these two despicable foes, Bo didn't say a word, but immediately attacked, showering them with a hail of bullets. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Spencer quickly used his ice powers to create a solid defensive shield. He confidently declared, "You'll never get past this impenetrable defense." However, in a split second, he was hit by Bell's devastating punch, as powerful as a bomb. With a single blow, he shattered the thick layer of ice, sending his opponent flying backward. At this moment, Jessica realized the perilous situation before her. She couldn't believe that he could easily defeat a D-rank knight like that. She herself was only E-rank, with no chance of winning against him. Seeing Bell approaching with the intent to finish her off, Jessica panicked. She stumbled backward, desperately summoning her divine weapon to defend herself. Bell didn't even bother dodging her weak attack, continuing to advance without hesitation. He cornered her, leaving her no chance to escape. It must be said, at this moment, Bo exuded a terrifying aura, like a demon emerging from hell. Men, with eyes sharp and filled with killing intent, warned her in a raised voice to never lay a finger on Sarah. Under the immense pressure and powerful threat from him, Jessica was terrified out of her wits, nearly wetting herself. She completely forgot her usual elegant and arrogant demeanor, quickly ran to Bo's side. The little girl worriedly asked if he was hurt anywhere. Seeing Bo unharmed, Sarah breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she gently gave him a new flower wreath to replace the one Jessica had destroyed. Being a true doting older brother type, Bo was overjoyed to receive a gift from his little sister. His delight was evident, his heart filled with joy. Bo silently decided that he would definitely repay his little sister with the whole world. Although Jessica's punishment was over, and everything seemed to be resolved, he still had some unresolved issues weighing on his mind. It was the attitude of the servants and hired knights in this mansion. They always looked down on him and Sarah because they were children of a concubine, and even the privileged child label she always boasted about. Jessica frantically turned and fled, pathetically like a defeated soldier escaping. Having achieved his goal, Bo didn't bother chasing the loudmouth, mean woman. Witnessing her brother's domineering protection, Sarah, and even though he could defeat both Jay and Jessica, it wouldn't change this sad reality. They would continue to find ways to bully and harass Sarah. As an older brother, he felt responsible for quickly raising his status within the family. Only then would he have enough power to protect his sister. And to accelerate this process, he decided to seek out Garinin. He requested to take the C-rank test immediately. Hearing Bell's sudden request, Garinin was extremely surprised. He was taken aback by the boy's determination. He asked again, both to confirm the request and to see if he would change his mind. Bell answered resolutely, without hesitation. In truth, he yearned to participate in this test. Simultaneously, he cleverly pretended that his purpose was to serve the emperor. As a devoted member of the prestigious Atartropy family, the harsh reality, however, showed that the Duke of Tartropy's family was merely a powerful tool, a steadfast right hand, always ready to obey and serve the royal family. Therefore, each member of the Atartropy family carried a heavy burden, obligated to excel in all tasks assigned by the royal family. These tasks often included protecting high-ranking officials, influential figures within the royal family. Besides that, there was monster extermination, suppressing rebellions, and countless other dangerous missions. For Bell, at this moment, the fastest way to elevate his status within the family was to accumulate glorious achievements by completing difficult and challenging tasks, and to be entrusted with such important tasks. First, he needed to achieve a resounding reputation, a higher standing. Witnessing his son's strong determination, Galen seemed to recognize the burning desire within Bell, the powerful ambition he held. However, he still decided to refuse Bell's request. In Galen's eyes, Bell was still too young, too inexperienced to achieve such a noble title. He advised Bell to be patient, to wait a little longer to gain more experience. But Bell wasn't calm enough to listen to Galen's advice. He quickly opened the cloth bag he carried and confidently displayed his trophy, a sharp thong from Friendia. the monster he had single-handedly defeated earlier. Bell boldly asked, "With this achievement, am I qualified to take the test?" The moment he saw the Fong, Galen was stunned, utterly astonished. He hastily asked Bell how he could have accomplished such a feat. Bell didn't offer a lengthy explanation. He simply summoned his divine weapon, a mighty hammer, implicitly taking it as an eloquent response to his father's question. Only then did Galen truly realize. He thought to himself, "Unbelievable, my son has been able to skillfully utilize the characteristics and flexibly apply his own attributes to defeat a fearsome rank friendia. Based on your strength alone, you could have reached rank C by now." Finally, the old man agreed to let Bio take the test. However, with one prerequisite Bio was not allowed to use. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Bio appeared in the vast arena. He came here to officially participate in the prestigious Rank C night test. First, he went to the reception desk to register. The receptionist, at first glance, mistook him for an ordinary child, accompanied by his guardian. But when Bio assertively confirmed, with a confident tone, that he had come to take the test, the receptionist was utterly surprised, almost unable to believe her ears. She advised him to come back when he was older. Just then, a man appeared, interrupting the conversation. He mocked Bio, saying that a kid like him should go home to his mother. Some witnesses suddenly recognized the arrogant man as Lennox Bright, the strongest rank D Holy Knight. No wonder he was so arrogant and haughty. Not stopping there, he continued to provoke Bio. "A divine weapon? You dare set foot here with something like that?" Hearing this, he didn't show any anger or indignation, but calmly summoned Avalon, the legendary holy sword, before him. A renowned divine weapon, a treasure of the world, was right before his eyes, but this blind fool treated it like scrap, like garbage. The ignorant, the foolish onlookers, seeing this, joined in, mocking him relentlessly. After boasting and bragging for a while, the loudmouth Charles grew bored. But before leaving, he still intentionally threw one last provocation. "I wouldn't normally bother with a fool like you, but I'm truly displeased to see your presence in this test, making us look like we're on the same level. The truth is, you're not even qualified to sit at the same table as me. Go back to your mother, you trash. I don't want anything to do with you." Ignoring the insolent words, the brat still resolutely insisted on registering. The staff member then further explained that if he wanted to participate in the test here, participants must possess a D-rank knight certificate or a letter of recommendation from a B-rank knight or higher, vouching for the candidate's abilities. Bell immediately presented a letter of recommendation. At first, the receptionist seemed indifferent, paying little attention to Bell and his letter. But when she realized it was a recommendation from the renowned Duke Gallienid, her attitude changed instantly. She quickly became respectful and professional, meticulously completing Bell's registration for the exam. Soon after, Bell and the other knights entered the grueling C-rank promotion test. When all the candidates were assembled and ready for the challenge, the presiding examiner announced the rules of the test. First, the candidates would be transported to a dark dungeon deep underground. Their primary mode of transportation would be magic transfer stones. Their task was to find and retrieve the Stone of Light, located on the 5th floor of the dungeon. The time limit for the test was 5 hours. Only 3 stones of light existed within the dungeon. Therefore, only the 3 most exceptional candidates who found a stone of light would be promoted to C rank. Immediately after the examiner's announcement, all the candidates were transported to the gloomy dungeon. The C rank promotion test officially began. It seems all contestants were transported to separate locations, scattered throughout the 1st floor of the dungeon. Therefore, at this moment, Bell hadn't detected any other players in the surrounding area. After spending some time exploring the terrain, he determined that this was a rather large dungeon area. However, he was confident that 5 hours was more than enough to complete the challenge. Bell thought to himself, this game is a piece of cake. Furthermore, this dungeon was home to countless ferocious monsters. He knew that the more monsters he defeated, the more his paladin energy would significantly increase. What a great opportunity for me, Bell rejoiced internally. Meanwhile, at another location, at the same time, some other contestants were struggling against monster attacks. They were gruesome lizards, And surprisingly, Lenik appeared, swiftly eliminating them, although he was known for his unpleasant personality and troublemaking habits. There was no denying that. One undeniable fact was he possessed abilities far surpassing those of knights of the same rank. With just a few basic, yet elegant sword strokes, he effortlessly wiped out the pesky monsters. And of course, he didn't forget to strike a cool, stylish pose. After all, he wasn't just some ordinary, mediocre person like them. It might sound harsh and bitter, but it was the undeniable truth. Therefore, not only did they not dare to object, but they also obediently followed behind him. Because after all, they needed to rely on the talented Lenik to overcome this arduous test. A moment later, the three of them finally reached the final door, their promising destination. The place where the legendary Lightstone was hidden. Just stepping through this mystical door, victory would be within their grasp. But things were never that easy, never that smooth sailing, especially for side characters who always faced countless hardships. Upon opening the door, a horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. Dozens of grotesque monsters with bizarre forms were lying in wait, ready to attack. In the distance, atop a high stone platform, glittering Kwang stones emanated a mystical light. Before they could recover from the terrifying sight, a massive monster lunged forward, roaring ferociously. It bared its sharp fangs and claws, ready to tear apart anyone who dared to stand in its way. Witnessing this, Lin, without hesitation, swung his sharp sword. He was confident that with his strength, he could easily defeat the monster in the blink of an eye. But surprisingly, his powerful blow didn't cause any harm to the monster. It remained standing, unscathed, as if the blow was just a gentle breeze. Seeing that, the burly man unleashed a devastating punch, aiming straight for the monster's face. The punch was so powerful that it seemed to distort the monster's hideous face. The other two stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock at the burly man's sudden action. They didn't expect him to be all talk and no action, his fighting skills so poor. In a real battle, he was nothing more than a useless bystander. As if smelling the scent of blood, the remaining monsters charged into attack. They surrounded the three, like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves surrounding their weak prey. Although all three were D-rank knights, possessing considerable strength, they were gradually overwhelmed by the sheer number of monsters. Their moment of life or death had arrived, while Lennox suddenly realized a horrifying truth. This was the final hurdle, the crucial test of the grueling C-rank examination. It was intricately designed, filled with countless ferocious monsters, each possessing unique powers specifically designed to counter each examinee's sacred treasure. How can we possibly fight this? I'm done for, Lennox lamented in despair. However, just as the monster was about to finish off poor Lennox, Belle appeared spectacularly, like a god descending from the heavens. The valiant young man smashed the ferocious monster, saving Lennox's life in the nick of time. Lennox himself couldn't help but be astonished to see the boy he had mocked earlier appear here. Belle seemed indifferent to Lennox's surprise. As a horde of other monsters charged towards them, he calmly summoned his sacred treasure sword, effortlessly obliterating them. Another monster, soaring in the air, was swiftly taken down by Belle. Witnessing the unpredictable transformations of the sacred treasure sword, the remaining three could only gape in astonishment. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? They exclaimed in bewilderment. But impossible. That kid's divine weapon. It's just an ordinary sword hilt. How does he possess so many sacred treasures and wields them with such mastery? They, especially that arrogant Lennox, initially mocked and ridiculed him, dismissing him as a brat with a scabbard full of junk. But after witnessing his spectacular combat display, they all fell silent, frozen stiff as if struck by a pressure point, speechless. After clearing all obstacles in his path, Wu Yin stepped onto the stone platform and collected 10 light stones, completing the test. Seeing 2 stones remaining, the 2 knights rushed over to flatter him. Before, they were fawning over Lennox, but seeing no benefit for themselves, they immediately turned 180 degrees towards him and started criticizing. He was a boastful, loudmouth thug, all talk and no action, with no real strength to speak of. If we're talking about stupidity, If Silly Lin was a 1, these two were an 8, maybe even a 9. They were shameless enough to demand the remaining 2 stones to level up to C rank with Bo. But teacher Huan had taught, if you want to eat, you have to work for it. Expecting something for nothing will only get you nothing. Although Bo currently looked like a 10-year-old boy, naive and inexperienced, inside resided the soul of a teenager who had lived 2 lifetimes, encountered and interacted with countless people. So with just one sharp glance, he immediately recognized their cunning scheme. Did they think he was a child who could be easily tricked? If they thought so, he wouldn't let them get away with it. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man summoned his mighty warhammer, smashing 2 of the gems to pieces. Blinding light erupted, leaving his 2 opponents utterly speechless. Only a single gem remained, resting in his palm. With a defiant look, he declared, "If you want it, come and take it. You're all useless. Spineless sycophants, cowards, and scoundrels. And you," he pointed at one, "are a petty, sniveling little man who enjoys mocking and belittling others. None of you are worthy of the title of knight." After his scathing rebuke, Bell turned to leave the chaotic scene. But Lin Locke, as if awakened from a trance, expressed his deep remorse to the young man. He firmly declared that he would never stray from the righteous path again. He would continue to strive and never give up on his dreams. Seeing the sincerity and determination in Lin Locke's words, slightly surprised by the offer, Bo politely suggested they meet again at a more convenient time. Finally, Bo successfully passed the grueling test and was honored to receive the prestigious C-rank certificate. His magical abilities had also significantly increased after this challenging journey, thanks to eliminating countless ferocious monsters lurking deep within the dark dungeon. Thus, Bo had completed almost half of his grand plan. Now, only the crucial final step remained, reaping the rewards, and firmly solidifying his position within the powerful clan. Only then would he have enough power to protect Sarah from all dangers. Meanwhile, in the solemn meeting room of the renowned Satan Sophie clan, the core members were gathered with the esteemed patriarch Galen, discussing the threat posed by the infamous Nightbane gang, a ruthless and brutal group of knights who specialized in causing chaos and were harboring a dark plot to overthrow the prosperous Media Kingdom. Currently, they were becoming increasingly dangerous. 3 powerful B-rank knights were leading the aggressive army deep into the territory, and the renowned Qatar Coffee clan had been entrusted with the heavy responsibility of stopping the rebels' advance. A clan member suddenly received important news. Duke Stream's entire elite force suffered a crushing defeat against the overwhelming power of the enemy. A terrifying rumor spread, claiming the enemy had empowered their weapons, using dark magic from the forbidden pentagram grimoire. Faced with this crisis, Galen made a critical decision: dispatch the clan's 3 most skilled B-rank knights to eliminate this threat. 2 of the 3 knights were present in the meeting room, ready for orders. However, the final knight was absent. Only after repeated calls and urging did the mysterious knight slowly enter, accepting the mission. He exuded a terrifying aura of madness, evil, and darkness, sending chills down everyone's spine, revealing him to be no ordinary figure. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the mansion, servants were serving a lavish meal to Lady Sarah in the back garden. As expected, everything unfolded just as Bo had feared. Although Sarah was the mistress of the mansion, she was being manipulated by the servants within her own home, looked down upon and disregarded. This coldness plunged Sarah into a deep sadness. Only when she saw her brother return did her face light up with a bright, blooming smile. After officially obtaining the prestigious C-rank certificate, Bell quickly stopped by the market and convenience store to buy his little sister some delicious and tempting treats, a far cry from the dry bread crusts and plain water the servants usually provided. Seeing his sister enjoy the meal to the point of tears, Bell became more determined than ever to quickly change and improve his little sister's life. Meanwhile, in a grand meeting room, the eldest son of the renowned Galen family, the talented Jean Gitacharopai, along with his trusted bodyguard, Reizer, had arrived to officially announce some momentous news. He had successfully broken through to the esteemed A rank, becoming one of the youngest and most exceptional masters in the family's glorious history. This news filled everyone with immense joy and celebration. In stark contrast to the other two's jubilant expressions, Jean remained unusually calm. He appeared indifferent, as if this were nothing out of the ordinary, just another day. Jean simply asked his father if there were any other tasks he needed to complete. At this moment, Galleon revealed a crucial part of the mission. He stated that the clan's mission wasn't over yet, because the Emperor had entrusted them with another special task. That was to escort Princess Riker safely to the neighboring kingdom of Sutak Vlen. The Satan Coffee clan had to ensure the princess's absolute safety and devise a safe route, avoiding all dangers. Perhaps it was the recent disruptive activities of the Engip Chuang gang that worried the Emperor. Therefore, in addition to the Royal Guard, he also wanted the Satan Coffee clan to accompany and protect Princess Riker throughout the journey. On the way to Sutak Vlen, while everyone was actively discussing the safest route for the trip, Bo suddenly barged in and asked everyone to pause for a moment. Seeing his son return safe and sound, the old man, they knew instantly that this talented boy had brilliantly passed the difficult test and successfully ascended to a new level. Upon seeing Belle's prestigious C-rank certificate, those present couldn't hide their astonishment. They truly couldn't believe that such a young boy could achieve such an extraordinary feat. Of course, Belle's purpose in interrupting this important meeting wasn't simply to boast about his accomplishment, but to propose a safer route for everyone. Belle boldly suggested that, because ferocious monsters rarely appeared on the Rakasta route, cunning bandits often chose it as their base of operations. Furthermore, it would take 3 whole days to reach if they traveled using this route. In Belle's opinion, it would be safer to journey across the vast Goblin Plains. This was a daring and risky proposition, so someone immediately voiced their objection. However, Belle calmly explained that the monsters inhabiting these plains, necromancers and dark priests, are primarily active in this area. Both factions often operate at night, using the darkness to conceal their movements. Therefore, if we travel during the day, we'll be safer and avoid unnecessary encounters. Furthermore, with this plan, we can reach AS City in just 1 day, significantly shortening the travel time. After listening to his meticulous plan, everyone in the meeting room fell silent. No one could find any flaws in his sharp reasoning. Inwardly, Galleon was deeply impressed. This boy was incredibly astute, possessing a profound understanding of those monsters. His knowledge far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Before anyone could recover, Belle suddenly stood up, boldly volunteering. He declared he would take on the responsibility of escorting the princess, swearing on his family name and honor. Belle vowed to protect the princess, ensuring her safety on the fastest and safest route possible. Once again, silence fell over the room, until Jean, the eldest brother, broke the stillness. He roared, "Who allowed you to interfere, you bastard?" Clearly, Jean was deliberately making things difficult for Belle, his half-brother. Despite enduring immense pressure from his older brother, it made Bo feel an invisible pressure weighing down on his shoulders. But he stood his ground, unwilling to back down from any challenge. With that, Bo drew Avalon, the legendary sword radiating a brilliant light, like a powerful challenge. "I'm being completely serious," Bo emphasized each word. "I will prove to you that I am fully capable of protecting the princess, taking her to safety at any cost." Bo's voice was filled with determination and confidence. Hearing those proud words, Reiser, the attendant, shouted at Bo, accusing him of being disrespectful and insolent. Jean, witnessing the scene, ordered his subordinates to test Bo's skills, wanting to see if he was truly talented or just a braggart. Reiser, feeling emboldened by his master's support and confident in his own abilities as a high-ranking B-class knight, drew his weapon, preparing to teach Bo a lesson he would never forget. He lunged forward with lightning speed, aiming straight for Bo. Though he managed to block the sudden attack, Bo had to use all his strength to defend himself. He had to admit, the speed of Reiser was truly formidable. He narrowly avoided a fatal blow In the midst of this tense, suffocating confrontation, Bell realized a harsh truth. His abilities were still too raw, insufficient to face a B-rank opponent head-on. At that critical moment, Patriarch Galleon intervened, putting a stop to the escalating conflict. He then entrusted Bell with an important task. Despite vehement objections from some present, finally, Bell expressed his gratitude to his father and immediately set off for the royal palace. He arrived at the magnificent Sutak Vlelen castle to meet the chess princess. After the customary greetings, they boarded a carriage and left the palace. Their journey was headed towards the neighboring kingdom of As. However, Bell sensed a strange atmosphere. He didn't seem to be as warmly welcomed as he'd expected. From their first encounter, the princess had been cold and distant, refusing his escort. Furthermore, throughout the carriage ride, this petite young woman seemed to be incredibly quiet, having been a loner in both this life and the last. With zero experience talking to girls, Bio had absolutely no idea how to handle the situation. He reluctantly decided to ask directly. "Forgive me, my lady. I know this question may be disrespectful, but why did you say you didn't need me? I simply dislike relying on others. I have my own divine weapon. I'm not so weak that I need you to protect me." It turned out this young woman was even more arrogant than he thought. But after all, Zyker was still just a young girl. So, when she saw the lively and cheerful scene of the festival, she poked her head out to look, curiosity filling her face. Seeing this, Bell couldn't help but smile. Realizing he had been a bit rude, he quickly explained. "Looking at the princess, I'm reminded of my little sister back home. She'd probably react the same way, walking through such a bustling and crowded place." Upon learning Bell had a younger sister, Diker became noticeably more enthusiastic, the conversation flowing more easily. "Are you and your sister close?" "Yes, we're very close and often play together. She's still quite young, so we usually play with dolls or other children's games." "Ah, I see. I wasn't so fortunate. Despite having many siblings in the palace, I couldn't trust a single one of them. Actually, my family is somewhat similar. My older siblings always try to provoke my younger sister and me, simply because we're the children of a concubine. Our mother passed away very early, so we had no one to protect us. So, I completely understand how you feel. If there's anything troubling you, I'm always willing to help. I already said you don't need to rely on anyone. Honestly, it seems like so stubborn. It seems like the initial awkwardness and formality between Bell and the princess had melted away. Apprehension and hesitation were replaced by comfort and familiarity. Throughout the journey, they chatted animatedly, sharing stories and laughter. The sun began to dip below the horizon, and darkness crept across the land. Finally, after a long day's travel, they arrived at the fortified border of the Es Kingdom. They had made it just as planned in a single day. There, they met Peter Fred, the imposing captain of the Border Knights. The name Peter Fred sounded familiar to Bell, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it. Moreover, he felt a sense of unease, seeing them greet the princess at the gate itself. Such an unusual welcoming ceremony put him on guard. Despite the numerous guards, a sense of foreboding lingered, and he worried for the princess's safety. His instincts proved correct. Moments later, an assassin, hidden in the shadows of the nearby trees, hurled a knife towards the princess. Fortunately, Bell's vigilance allowed him to intercept the deadly projectile. Witnessing the terrifying event, everyone in the group was gripped by panic and fear, sensing the presence of assassins lurking in the shadows. And their cover blown, the assassins launched a relentless, overwhelming attack. Their target was singular: assassinate the princess. A hail of daggers flew, filling Bell with dread. She feared she wouldn't be able to deflect the deadly blows and keep Diker safe. But Bell was astonished by Peter's lightning-fast reflexes. He effortlessly neutralized every attack as if they were child's play. Witnessing this extraordinary display of skill, Bell estimated Peter's strength to be at least B rank, perhaps even higher. Suddenly, the assassins made a swift retreat. Peter immediately ordered his subordinates, and Bell to pursue them. He, on the other hand, would personally escort Princess Zyker out of the capital to safety. Soon, Peter had Zyker disguised and blended into a soldier's escort, heading to a secret hideout far from the assassination attempt. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Peter suddenly betrayed them, brutally murdering the princess's sole bodyguard. In this perilous moment, Diker was shocked to realize Peter's true nature. He was an accomplice of the assassins, planted to assassinate her. Despite her usual display of strength and resilience, her cold and indifferent demeanor, when faced with a bloodthirsty, crazed assassin, a true villain, she couldn't hide her fear, her hands trembling, completely unable to summon her protective spirit. She thought this journey would be her end, killed by that madman. But fortunately, Bio, the heroic young man, appeared just in time, saving her from the jaws of death. Our young hero had reached his destination, and the assassin Peter had met his end. Seeing Bio appear, he understood that all the guards outside had been defeated. However, despite that, he still maintained an arrogant attitude, openly disdainful of Belle. Faced with the man's cheap and foolish provocations, Belle remained calm and composed. Then, Belle suddenly revealed his true identity. Von Rico, a cold-blooded, seasoned assassin, wielding the powerful twin Thunderbolt blades. Among his recent victims were notable figures such as Count Shri, Count Vermau, and most recently, Marquis Eisenbat. The reason Belle knew this information so well was because, in his past life, he himself had captured this criminal after a relentless pursuit. But Belle never expected that he would dare to disguise himself as a prestigious knight captain to plot against the princess. Von Rico was utterly shocked and terrified when he heard Belle accurately recount all his dark secrets. However, he quickly regained his composure, confident that a mediocre knight like Belle, I'm not strong enough to defeat him. Indeed, Belle realized that too. Facing a B-rank opponent right now was beyond his capabilities. But as long as his opponent was that loathsome Von Rigo, victory was as easy as flipping a hand. It was practically in his grasp, a sure win. Seeing Belle's reckless confidence, he became incredibly agitated. He immediately launched a lightning-fast attack, hoping to catch him off guard. However, all of his attacks were within Belle's prediction. With just a few graceful, agile movements, he dodged everything perfectly, even close-range melee attacks. He easily slipped past spectacularly, and even when he circled behind to ambush, Belle could block without even looking. Everything went smoothly, as if Belle possessed the ability to predict his opponent's every move. As for Von Rico, after a fierce struggle, unable to even touch Belle, he was visibly frustrated, as if something precious had been stolen from him. He couldn't believe Belle could keep up with, let alone surpass, his terrifying speed. Not stopping there, Belle continued with a critical psychological blow, arrogantly declaring that he could take him down at any moment. Belle's confident words made Von Rico even more panicked and demoralized. At this crucial moment, Belle realized his taunting strategy had worked. With his current unstable and wavering mentality, Von Rico would surely reveal more fatal openings. Afterward, the two continued their breathtaking chase, like a cat playing with a mouse. Belle continuously dodged the relentless attacks, while Von Rico's continuous strikes all missed. Neither was willing to give in, determined to win. Meanwhile, Diker watched the whole thing from the sidelines with a stunned expression, unable to believe what she was seeing. A kid like Bai Hyung, possessing such incredible fighting prowess, everything she had ever been proud of, all the divine weapons she had always proudly displayed, now seemed like mere child's play before the boy's power. The thought filled her with shame and embarrassment. After the playful bout, when he was thoroughly bored and exhausted, Bai Hyung finally decided to finish off this bastard. He made his move, intending to take a bit of his blood. Perhaps sensing Bai Hyung's killing intent, the man immediately became alert, retreating to a safe distance. But constantly running away wasn't a long-term solution. He was forced to use his last resort. Hearing this, Bai Hyung wasn't surprised at all, because based on memories from his past life, he knew exactly what the man was referring to. "No problem," he said calmly. "You bastard, if you have the guts, come at me." "Are you sure, kid?" With that, Von Richthofen slowly took out a strange bottle of liquid. Tên nhân vật bao đã được đổi thành bi hyung, phiên âm đúng của tên tiếng Hàn Pyong. Tên Von Ziegel được sửa thành Von Ziegton để khớp với nhân vật lịch sử Manhwa Von Ziegton. and downed it right in front of Belle. In an instant, he began convulsing violently, as if going through withdrawal. From the start, Belle had a bad feeling about this, because the liquid he just drank was the legendary dragon King's Tears, a rare treasure, granting the user an immense increase in power, pushing their magic and physical strength to their peak. Sure enough, in a matter of moments, he fully recovered, returning to his original state, but even stronger and more dangerous than before. Before Belle could react, he attacked, launching a volley of sharp daggers towards him. But unlike the previous attacks, this time, the blades didn't fly straight toward their target. Instead, they hovered mid-air, strangely interconnected, forming a dense, deadly magical net. One wrong move, and Belle would pay with his life, possessing terrifying power. His protagonist's aura was further protected by the author's favor. Our young man displayed extraordinary courage, a spirit braver than most. Without hesitation, he summoned his sacred weapon, the Achilles shield, a sturdy defense against harm. Simultaneously, he mustered all his strength, striving to repel the enclosing mana net. Witnessing Bio's fierce resistance, Von Richko grew even more fervent, pouring more mana into the electric net. The furious current scorched, causing Bio to tremble uncontrollably. In this life-or-death moment, hanging by a thread, Bio thought his time had come, that he would return to dust. But just then, like a guardian angel, Riker appeared dramatically, rescuing him from the perilous situation. A clear defeat unfolded before Von Richko's eyes. The prey he thought was within his grasp suddenly slipped away. Rage consumed him, his fury burning intensely. Unable to contain himself any longer, Von Richko charged towards Riker, determined to finish him. But Bio seized the opportunity, unleashing a fatal sword strike. The sword sliced through the air, sending Von Richko straight to hell, to keep company with the Grim Reaper. If fortune allows him to be reborn as a human in the next life, may he remember to live a righteous life and not repeat his past mistakes. Fortunately, after defeating the villain Von Richko, both Bio and Riker were safe and sound, completely unharmed. And thanks to this life-or-death battle, and Belle and Zicker's relationship had become much closer and more intimate. Zicker even gave Belle his precious ring, as a clear demonstration of absolute trust and deep friendship between them. After successfully completing his assigned mission, Belle quickly returned to the cat's coffee mansion, obeying the request from the Jaju, head of the family. Surely, Mr. Katz had received an update from Princess Riker, and was preparing words of praise for Belle. However, what he didn't expect was that Princess Riker had bestowed upon Belle the prestigious Salomon ring. This is one of the treasures containing an extraordinary amount of mana, and is the highest symbol of the royal family. Perhaps this son of Galleon was far more exceptional and extraordinary than he had imagined. Therefore, Mr. Katz decided to enroll Belle in the prestigious Athena Academy, earlier than the usual regulations. Hearing this, Belle was extremely surprised and astonished. It's important to know that the prestigious Athena Knight Academy is a renowned institution that trains exceptional knights and is exclusively for children of noble families, the elite of society's upper class. Traditionally, by unspoken rule, the descendants of the powerful Satan Coffee family are educated by highly skilled private tutors. However, this family also has a unique tradition of allowing potential candidates for the next head of the family to attend outside academies, to hone their social skills and build extensive networks. Belle's enrollment at Athena Academy implicitly confirms he's been chosen as the family heir. This also elevates Belle's standing within the Satan Coffee family as an obedient and filial son. As soon as Belle enjoyed his first taste of success, he immediately asked his father for permission to move his beloved younger sister, Sarah, to a more spacious room in the main house. And seeing Sarah happily playing in her new room, Belle felt a sense of validation, knowing that all his tireless efforts and struggles had been worthwhile. They all had meaning. He was certain that from this moment forward, his beloved Sarah would be protected, cared for, and cherished. As for Belle, he would continue to steadfastly pursue his future plans, specifically a daring assault on the powerful Satan Coffee family in 5 years. If he couldn't change the predetermined future, Sarah might once again be thrust into a dangerous vortex, facing unforeseen perils. Above all else, he needed to act swiftly to uncover the truth and expose the culprit who harmed him and his brother in their past lives. Therefore, becoming the prestigious heir was a crucial step, a key link in his plan. Meanwhile, Reizer's subordinate reported to Jean about Belle Cranell's special admission to the prestigious Athena Academy. Belle was the second person, after Jean, to attend this prestigious school, and a strong candidate for the powerful heir position. Perhaps sensing a potential threat from Belle, he hastily cautioned his master, "Act now, before things get out of control." However, Jean thought it was completely unnecessary, because in his eyes, Belle was currently nothing more than a weak, harmless kid. But if in the future he became stronger, it would only benefit him, because Jin's elegant hobby was to personally destroy the most perfect things. Seeing his master's disdain for Belle, Reiser didn't dare to disobey, obediently complying. Even so, he still felt a vague unease, a lingering worry. He planned to teach Belle a lesson he would never forget. Meanwhile, Belle was diligently honing his skills at the training ground, completely unaware that he had been targeted by evil individuals. What he craved and cared about most at this moment were the unique skills of B rank or higher knights, truly useful skills when he set foot in the prestigious Athena Academy. However, to possess such extraordinary skills, he needs to hunt a large number of high-level monsters. But in the coming time, this task will become incredibly difficult and challenging. While Belle was diligently searching for a solution to this dilemma, Reiser suddenly appeared, paying him a visit. This unexpected appearance surprised Belle. Furthermore, this guy suddenly became inexplicably polite. He bowed his head, sincerely apologizing to Belle for threatening him with a weapon in the conference room the day before. Moreover, he even invited Belle to join him on a monster extermination mission. Unbelievable. And even though he could defeat both Jay and Jessica, it wouldn't change this sad reality. They would continue to find ways to bully and harass Sarah. As an older brother, he felt responsible for quickly raising his status within the family. Only then would he have enough power to protect his sister. And to accelerate this process, he decided to seek out Garinen. He requested to take the C-rank test immediately. Hearing Belle's sudden request, Garinen was extremely surprised. He was taken aback by the boy's determination. He asked again, both to confirm the request and to see if he would change his mind. Belle answered resolutely, without hesitation. In truth, he yearned to participate in this test. Simultaneously, he cleverly pretended that his purpose was to serve the emperor. As a devoted member of the prestigious Atartropy family, the harsh reality, however, showed that the Duke of Tartropy's family was merely a powerful tool, a steadfast right hand, always ready to obey and serve the royal family. Therefore, each member of the Atartropy family carried a heavy burden, obligated to excel in all tasks assigned by the royal family. These tasks often included protecting high-ranking officials, influential figures within the royal family. Besides that, there was monster extermination, suppressing rebellions, and countless other dangerous missions. For Belle at this moment, the fastest way to elevate his status within the family was to accumulate glorious achievements by completing difficult and challenging tasks, and to be entrusted with such important tasks. First, he needed to achieve a resounding reputation, a higher standing. Witnessing his son's strong determination, Galen seemed to recognize the burning desire within Belle, the powerful ambition he held. However, he still decided to refuse Belle's request. In Galen's eyes, Belle was still too young, too inexperienced to achieve such a noble title. He advised Belle to be patient, to wait a little longer to gain more experience. But Belle wasn't calm enough to listen to Galen's advice. He quickly opened the cloth bag he carried and confidently displayed his trophy, a sharp fawn from Friendia, the monster he had single-handedly defeated earlier. Belle boldly asked, "With this achievement, am I qualified to take the test?" The moment he saw the fawn, Galen was stunned, utterly astonished. He hastily asked Belle how he could have accomplished such a feat. Belle didn't offer a lengthy explanation. He simply summoned his divine weapon, a mighty hammer, implicitly taking it as an eloquent response to his father's question. Only then did Galen truly realize He thought to himself, "Unbelievable, my son has been able to skillfully utilize the characteristics and flexibly apply his own attributes to defeat a fearsome D-rank friendia. Based on your strength alone, you could have reached rank C by now." Finally, the old man agreed to let Bio take the test. However, with one prerequisite Bio was not allowed to use. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Bio appeared in the vast arena. He came here to officially participate in the prestigious Rank C night test. First, he went to the reception desk to register. The receptionist, at first glance, mistook him for an ordinary child, accompanied by his guardian. But when Bio assertively confirmed, with a confident tone, that he had come to take the test, the receptionist was utterly surprised, almost unable to believe her ears. She advised him to come back when he was older. Just then, a man appeared, interrupting the conversation. He mocked Bio, saying that a kid like him should go home to his mother. Some witnesses suddenly recognized the arrogant man as Lennox Bright, the strongest rank D Holy Knight. No wonder he was so arrogant and haughty. Not stopping there, he continued to provoke Bio. "A divine weapon? You dare set foot here with something like that?" Hearing this, he didn't show any anger or indignation, but calmly summoned Avalon, the legendary holy sword, before him. A renowned divine weapon, a treasure of the world, was right before his eyes, but this blind fool treated it like scrap, like garbage. The ignorant, the foolish onlookers, seeing this, joined in, mocking him relentlessly. After boasting and bragging for a while, the loudmouth Charles grew bored. But before leaving, he still intentionally threw one last provocation. "I wouldn't normally bother with a fool like you, but I'm truly displeased to see your presence in this test, making us look like we're on the same level. The truth is, you're not even qualified to sit at the same table as me. Go back to your mother, you trash. I don't want anything to do with you." Ignoring the insolent words, the brat still resolutely insisted on registering. The staff member then further explained that if he wanted to participate in the test here, participants must possess a D-rank knight certificate or a letter of recommendation from a B-rank knight or higher, vouching for the candidate's abilities. Belle immediately presented a letter of recommendation. At first, the receptionist seemed indifferent, paying little attention to Belle and his letter. But when she realized it was a recommendation from the renowned Duke Gallienitatapi, her attitude changed instantly. She quickly became respectful and professional, meticulously completing Belle's registration for the exam. Soon after, Belle and the other knights entered the grueling C-rank promotion test. When all the candidates were assembled and ready for the challenge, the presiding examiner announced the rules of the test. First, the candidates would be transported to a dark dungeon deep underground. Their primary mode of transportation would be magic transfer stones. Their task was to find and retrieve the Stone of Light, located on the 5th floor of the dungeon. The time limit for the test was 5 hours. Only 3 stones of light existed within the dungeon. Therefore, only the 3 most exceptional candidates who found a Stone of Light would be promoted to C rank. Immediately after the examiner's announcement, all the candidates were transported to the gloomy dungeon. The C rank promotion test officially began. It seems all contestants were transported to separate locations, scattered throughout the 1st floor of the dungeon. Therefore, at this moment, Belle hadn't detected any other players in the surrounding area. After spending some time exploring the terrain, he determined that this was a rather large dungeon area. However, he was confident that 5 hours was more than enough to complete the challenge. Belle thought to himself, this game is a piece of cake. Furthermore, this dungeon was home to countless ferocious monsters. He knew that the more monsters he defeated, the more his paladin energy would significantly increase. What a great opportunity for me, Belle rejoiced internally. Meanwhile, at another location, at the same time, some other contestants were struggling against monster attacks. They were gruesome lizards, and surprisingly, Lennox appeared, swiftly eliminating them. Although he was known for his unpleasant personality and troublemaking habits, there was no denying that. One undeniable fact was he possessed abilities far surpassing those of knights of the same rank. With just a few basic yet elegant sword strokes, he effortlessly wiped out the pesky monsters. And of course, he didn't forget to strike a cool, stylish pose. After all, He wasn't just some ordinary, mediocre person like them. It might sound harsh and bitter, but it was the undeniable truth. Therefore, not only did they not dare to object, but they also obediently followed behind him. Because after all, they needed to rely on the talented Lennox to overcome this arduous test. A moment later, the three of them finally reached the final door, their promising destination. The place where the legendary Lightstone was hidden. Just stepping through this mystical door, victory would be within their grasp. But things were never that easy, never that smooth sailing, especially for side characters who always faced countless hardships. Upon opening the door, a horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. Dozens of grotesque monsters with bizarre forms were lying in wait, ready to attack. In the distance, atop a high stone platform, glittering Kwang stones emanated a mystical light. Before they could recover from the terrifying sight, a massive monster lunged forward, roaring ferociously. It bared its sharp fangs and claws, ready to tear apart anyone who dared to stand in its way. Witnessing this, Cha Lin, without hesitation, swung his sharp sword. He was confident that with his strength, he could easily defeat the monster in the blink of an eye. But surprisingly, his powerful blow didn't cause any harm to the monster. It remained standing, unscathed, as if the blow was just a gentle breeze. Seeing that, the burly man unleashed a devastating punch, aiming straight for the monster's face. The punch was so powerful that it seemed to distort the monster's hideous face. The other two stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock at the burly man's sudden action. They didn't expect him to be all talk and no action, his fighting skills so poor. In a real battle, he was nothing more than a useless bystander. As if smelling the scent of blood, the remaining monsters charged into attack. They surrounded the three, like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves surrounding their weak prey. Although all three were D-rank knights, possessing considerable strength, they were gradually overwhelmed by the sheer number of monsters. Their moment of life or death had arrived. Hua Lennox suddenly realized a horrifying truth. This was the final hurdle, the crucial test of the grueling C-rank examination. It was intricately designed, filled with countless ferocious monsters, each possessing unique powers specifically designed to counter each examinee's sacred treasure. How can we possibly fight this? I'm done for, Lennox lamented in despair. However, just as the monster was about to finish off poor Lennox, Belle appeared spectacularly, like a god descending from the heavens. The valiant young man smashed the ferocious monster, saving Lennox's life in the nick of time. Lennox himself couldn't help but be astonished to see the boy he had mocked earlier appear here. Belle seemed indifferent to Lennox's surprise. As a horde of other monsters charged towards them, he calmly summoned his sacred treasure sword, effortlessly obliterating them. Another monster, soaring in the air, was swiftly taken down by Belle. Witnessing the unpredictable transformations of the sacred treasure sword, the remaining three could only gape in astonishment. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? They exclaimed in bewilderment. But impossible. That kid's divine weapon. It's just an ordinary sword hilt. How does he possess so many sacred treasures and wields them with such mastery? They, especially that arrogant Lennox, initially mocked and ridiculed him, dismissing him as a brat with a scabbard full of junk. But after witnessing his spectacular combat display, they all fell silent, frozen stiff as if struck by a pressure point, speechless. After clearing all obstacles in his path, Wu Yin stepped onto the stone platform and collected 10 light stones, completing the test. Seeing 2 stones remaining, the 2 knights rushed over to flatter him. Before, they were fawning over Lennox, but seeing no benefit for themselves, they immediately turned 180 degrees towards him and started criticizing. He was a boastful, loudmouth thug, all talk and no action, with no real strength to speak of. If we're talking about stupidity, if Silly Lin was a 1, these 2 were an 8, maybe even a 9. They were shameless enough to demand the remaining 2 stones to level up to C rank with Bio. But teacher Huan had taught, if you want to eat, you have to work for it. Expecting something for nothing will only get you nothing. Although Bio currently looked like a 10-year-old boy, naive and inexperienced, inside resided the soul of a teenager who had lived 2 lifetimes, encountered and interacted with countless people. So with just one sharp glance, he immediately recognized their cunning scheme. Did they think he was a child who could be easily tricked? If they thought so, he wouldn't let them get away with it. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man summoned his mighty war hammer, smashing 2 of the gems to pieces. Blinding light erupted, leaving his 2 opponents utterly speechless. Only a single gem remained, resting in his palm. With a defiant look, he declared, "If you want it, come and take it. You're all useless. Spineless sycophants, cowards, and scoundrels. And you," he pointed at one, "are a petty, sniveling little man who enjoys mocking and belittling others. None of you are worthy of the title of knight." After his scathing rebuke, Bell turned to leave the chaotic scene. But Lin Locke, as if awakened from a trance, expressed his deep remorse to the young man. He firmly declared that he would never stray from the righteous path again. He would continue to strive and never give up on his dreams. Seeing the sincerity and determination in Lin Locke's words, slightly surprised by the offer, B.O. politely suggested they meet again at a more convenient time. Finally, B.O. successfully passed the grueling test and was honored to receive the prestigious C-Rank certificate. His magical abilities had also significantly increased after this challenging journey, thanks to eliminating countless ferocious monsters lurking deep within the dark dungeon. Thus, B.O. had completed almost half of his grand plan. Now, only the crucial final step remained, reaping the rewards, and firmly solidifying his position within the powerful clan. Only then would he have enough power to protect Sarah from all dangers. Meanwhile, in the solemn meeting room of the renowned Satan Sophie clan, the core members were gathered with the esteemed patriarch Galen, discussing the threat posed by the infamous Nightbane gang, a ruthless and brutal group of knights who specialized in causing chaos and were harboring a dark plot to overthrow the prosperous media kingdom. Currently, they were becoming increasingly dangerous. 3 powerful B-rank knights were leading the aggressive army deep into the territory, and the renowned Qatar Coffee clan had been entrusted with the heavy responsibility of stopping the rebels' advance. A clan member suddenly received important news. Duke Stream's entire elite force suffered a crushing defeat against the overwhelming power of the enemy. A terrifying rumor spread, claiming the enemy had empowered their weapons, using dark magic from the forbidden pentagram grimoire. Faced with this crisis, Galen made a critical decision: dispatch the clan's 3 most skilled B-rank knights. To eliminate this threat, 2 of the 3 knights were present in the meeting room, ready for orders. However, the final knight was absent. Only after repeated calls and urging did the mysterious knight slowly enter, accepting the mission. He exuded a terrifying aura of madness, evil, and darkness, sending chills down everyone's spine, revealing him to be no ordinary figure. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the mansion, servants were serving a lavish meal to Lady Sarah in the back garden. As expected, everything unfolded just as B.O. had feared. Although Sarah was the mistress of the mansion, she was being manipulated by the servants within her own home, looked down upon and disregarded. This coldness plunged Sarah into a deep sadness. Only when she saw her brother return did her face light up with a bright, blooming smile. After officially obtaining the prestigious C-Rank certificate, Bell quickly stopped by the market and convenience store to buy his little sister some delicious and tempting treats, a far cry from the dry bread crusts and plain water the servants usually provided. Seeing his sister enjoy the meal to the point of tears, Bell became more determined than ever to quickly change and improve his little sister's life. Meanwhile, in a grand meeting room, the eldest son of the renowned Galen family, the talented Jean Gitacharopai, along with his trusted bodyguard, Rai Zur, had arrived to officially announce some momentous news. He had successfully broken through to the esteemed A-rank, becoming one of the youngest and most exceptional masters in the family's glorious history. This news filled everyone with immense joy and celebration. In stark contrast to the other two's jubilant expressions, Jean remained unusually calm. He appeared indifferent, as if this were nothing out of the ordinary, just another day. Jean simply asked his father if there were any other tasks he needed to complete. At this moment, Galleon revealed a crucial part of the mission. He stated that the clan's mission wasn't over yet, because the Emperor had entrusted them with another special task. That was to escort Princess Riker safely to the neighboring kingdom of Sutak-Vlen. The Satan Coffee clan had to ensure the princess's absolute safety and devise a safe route, avoiding all dangers. Perhaps it was the recent disruptive activities of the Engip Chuang gang that worried the Emperor. Therefore, in addition to the Royal Guard, he also wanted the Satan Coffee clan to accompany and protect Princess Riker throughout the journey. On the way to Sutak-Vlen, while everyone was actively discussing the safest route for the trip, Bo suddenly barged in and asked everyone to pause for a moment, seeing his son return safe and sound. The old man. They knew instantly that this talented boy had brilliantly passed the difficult test and successfully ascended to a new level. Upon seeing Belle's prestigious C-rank certificate, those present couldn't hide their astonishment. They truly couldn't believe that such a young boy could achieve such an extraordinary feat. Of course, Belle's purpose in interrupting this important meeting wasn't simply to boast about his accomplishment, but to propose a safer route for everyone. Belle boldly suggested that, because ferocious monsters rarely appeared on the Rakasta route, cunning bandits often chose it as their base of operations. Furthermore, it would take 3 whole days to reach if they traveled using this route. In Belle's opinion, it would be safer to journey across the vast Goblin Plains. This was a daring and risky proposition, so someone immediately voiced their objection. However, Belle calmly explained that the monsters inhabiting these plains, necromancers and dark priests, are primarily active in this area. Both factions often operate at night, using the darkness to conceal their movements. Therefore, if we travel during the day, we'll be safer and avoid unnecessary encounters. Furthermore, with this plan, we can reach AS City in just 1 day, significantly shortening the travel time. After listening to his meticulous plan, everyone in the meeting room fell silent. No one could find any flaws in his sharp reasoning. Inwardly, Galleon was deeply impressed. This boy was incredibly astute, possessing a profound understanding of those monsters. His knowledge far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Before anyone could recover, Belle suddenly stood up, boldly volunteering. He declared he would take on the responsibility of escorting the princess, swearing on his family name and honor. Belle vowed to protect the princess, ensuring her safety on the fastest and safest route possible. Once again, silence fell over the room, until Jean, the eldest brother, broke the stillness. He roared, "Who allowed you to interfere, you bastard?" Clearly, Jean was deliberately making things difficult for Belle, his half-brother. Despite enduring immense pressure from his older brother, it made Bo feel an invisible pressure weighing down on his shoulders. But he stood his ground, unwilling to back down from any challenge. With that, Bo drew Avalon, the legendary sword radiating a brilliant light, like a powerful challenge. "I'm being completely serious," Bo emphasized each word. "I will prove to you that I am fully capable of protecting the princess, taking her to safety at any cost." Bo's voice was filled with determination and confidence. Hearing those proud words, Reizer, the attendant, shouted at Bo, accusing him of being disrespectful and insolent. Jean, witnessing the scene, ordered his subordinates to test Bo's skills, wanting to see if he was truly talented or just a braggart. Reizer, feeling emboldened by his master's support and confident in his own abilities as a high-ranking B-class knight, drew his weapon, preparing to teach Bo a lesson he would never forget. He lunged forward with lightning speed, aiming straight for Bo. Though he managed to block the sudden attack, Bo had to use all his strength to defend himself. He had to admit, the speed of Reizer was truly formidable. He narrowly avoided a fatal blow. In the midst of this tense, suffocating confrontation, Belle realized a harsh truth. His abilities were still too raw, insufficient to face a B-rank opponent head-on. At that critical moment, Patriarch Galleon intervened, putting a stop to the escalating conflict. He then entrusted Belle with an important task: despite vehement objections from some present. Finally, Bel expressed his gratitude to his father and immediately set off for the royal palace. He arrived at the magnificent Sutak Vlelen castle to meet the chess princess. After the customary greetings, they boarded a carriage and left the palace. Their journey was headed towards the neighboring kingdom of As. However, Bel sensed a strange atmosphere. He didn't seem to be as warmly welcomed as he'd expected. From their first encounter, the princess had been cold and distant, refusing his escort. Furthermore, throughout the carriage ride, this petite young woman seemed to be incredibly quiet, having been a loner in both this life and the last. With zero experience talking to girls, Bio had absolutely no idea how to handle the situation. He reluctantly decided to ask directly. "Forgive me, my lady. I know this question may be disrespectful, but why did you say you didn't need me? I simply dislike relying on others. I have my own divine weapon. I'm not so weak that I need you to protect me." It turned out this young woman was even more arrogant than he thought. But after all, Zyker was still just a young girl. So, when she saw the lively and cheerful scene of the festival, she poked her head out to look, curiosity filling her face. Seeing this, Bel couldn't help but smile. Realizing he had been a bit rude, he quickly explained. "Looking at the princess, I'm reminded of my little sister back home. She'd probably react the same way, walking through such a bustling and crowded place." Upon learning Bel had a younger sister, Diker became noticeably more enthusiastic, the conversation flowing more easily. "Are you and your sister close?" "Yes, we're very close and often play together. She's still quite young, so we usually play with dolls or other children's games." "Ah, I see. I wasn't so fortunate. Despite having many siblings in the palace, I couldn't trust a single one of them. Actually, my family is somewhat similar. My older siblings always try to provoke my younger sister and me, simply because we're the children of a concubine. Our mother passed away very early, so we had no one to protect us. So, I completely understand how you feel. If there's anything troubling you, I'm always willing to help. I already said you don't need to rely on anyone. Honestly, it seems like so stubborn. It seems like the initial awkwardness and formality between Bel and the princess had melted away. Apprehension and hesitation were replaced by comfort and familiarity. Throughout the journey, they chatted animatedly, sharing stories and laughter. The sun began to dip below the horizon, and darkness crept across the land. Finally, after a long day's travel, they arrived at the fortified border of the Es Kingdom. They had made it just as planned in a single day. There, they met Peter Fred, the imposing captain of the Border Knights. The name Peter Fred sounded familiar to Bel, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it. Moreover, he felt a sense of unease, seeing them greet the princess at the gate itself. Such an unusual welcoming ceremony put him on guard. Despite the numerous guards, a sense of foreboding lingered, and he worried for the princess's safety. His instincts proved correct. Moments later, an assassin, hidden in the shadows of the nearby trees, hurled a knife towards the princess. Fortunately, Bel's vigilance allowed him to intercept the deadly projectile. Witnessing the terrifying event, everyone in the group was gripped by panic and fear, sensing the presence of assassins lurking in the shadows. And their cover blown, the assassins launched a relentless, overwhelming attack. Their target was singular: assassinate the princess. A hail of daggers flew, filling Bel with dread. She feared she wouldn't be able to deflect the deadly blows and keep Diker safe. But Bel was astonished by Peter's lightning-fast reflexes. He effortlessly neutralized every attack as if they were child's play. Witnessing this extraordinary display of skill, Bel estimated Peter's strength to be at least B rank, perhaps even higher. Suddenly, the assassins made a swift retreat. Peter immediately ordered his subordinates and Bel to pursue them. He, on the other hand, would personally escort Princess Zyker out of the capital to safety. Soon, Peter had Zyker disguised and blended into a soldier's escort, heading to a secret hideout far from the assassination attempt. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Peter suddenly betrayed them, brutally murdering the princess's sole bodyguard. In this perilous moment, Diker was shocked to realize Peter's true nature. He was an accomplice of the assassins, planted to assassinate her. Despite her usual display of strength and resilience, her cold and indifferent demeanor, when faced with a bloodthirsty, crazed assassin, a true villain, she couldn't hide her fear, her hands trembling, completely unable to summon her protective spirit. She thought this journey would be her end, killed by that madman. But fortunately, Bio, the heroic young man, appeared just in time, saving her from the jaws of death. Our young hero had reached his destination, and the assassin Peter had met his end. Seeing Bio appear, he understood that all the guards outside had been defeated. However, despite that, he still maintained an arrogant attitude, openly disdainful of Belle. Faced with the man's cheap and foolish provocations, Belle remained calm and composed. Then, Belle suddenly revealed his true identity. Von Rico, a cold-blooded, seasoned assassin, wielding the powerful twin Thunderbolt blades. Among his recent victims were notable figures such as Count Shri, Count Vermau, and most recently, Marquis Eisenbat. The reason Belle knew this information so well was because, in his past life, he himself had captured this criminal after a relentless pursuit. But Belle never expected that he would dare to disguise himself as a prestigious knight captain to plot against the princess. Von Rico was utterly shocked and terrified when he heard Belle accurately recount all his dark secrets. However, he quickly regained his composure, confident that a mediocre knight like Belle, I'm not strong enough to defeat him. Indeed, Belle realized that too. Facing a B-rank opponent right now was beyond his capabilities. But as long as his opponent was that loathsome Von Rigo, victory was as easy as flipping a hand. It was practically in his grasp, a sure win. Seeing Belle's reckless confidence, he became incredibly agitated. He immediately launched a lightning-fast attack, hoping to catch him off guard. However, all of his attacks were within Belle's prediction. With just a few graceful, agile movements, he dodged everything perfectly, even close-range melee attacks. He easily slipped past spectacularly, and even when he circled behind to ambush, Belle could block without even looking. Everything went smoothly, as if Belle possessed the ability to predict his opponent's every move. As for Von Rico, after a fierce struggle, unable to even touch Belle, he was visibly frustrated, as if something precious had been stolen from him. He couldn't believe Belle could keep up with, let alone surpass, his terrifying speed. Not stopping there, Belle continued with a critical psychological blow, arrogantly declaring that he could take him down at any moment. Belle's confident words made Von Rico even more panicked and demoralized. At this crucial moment, Belle realized his taunting strategy had worked. With his current unstable and wavering mentality, Von Rico would surely reveal more fatal openings. Afterward, the two continued their breathtaking chase, like a cat playing with a mouse. Belle continuously dodged the relentless attacks, while Von Rico's continuous strikes all missed. Neither was willing to give in, determined to win. Meanwhile, Diker watched the whole thing from the sidelines with a stunned expression, unable to believe what she was seeing. A kid like Bai Hyung, possessing such incredible fighting prowess, everything she had ever been proud of, all the divine weapons she had always proudly displayed, now seemed like mere child's play before the boy's power. The thought filled her with shame and embarrassment. After the playful bout, when he was thoroughly bored and exhausted, Bai Hyung finally decided to finish off this bastard. He made his move, intending to take a bit of his blood. Perhaps sensing Bai Hyung's killing intent, the man immediately became alert, retreating to a safe distance. But constantly running away wasn't a long-term solution. He was forced to use his last resort. Hearing this, Bai Hyung wasn't surprised at all, because based on memories from his past life, he knew exactly what the man was referring to. "No problem," he said calmly. "You bastard, if you have the guts, come at me." "Are you sure, kid?" With that, Von Richthofen slowly took out a strange bottle of liquid. Tên nhân vật bao đã được đổi thành bi ung, phiên âm đúng của tên tiếng Hàn Pyong. Tên Von Ziegel được sửa thành Von Ziegton để khớp với nhân vật lịch sử Manhwa Von Ziegton, and down it right in front of Belle. In an instant, he began convulsing violently, as if going through withdrawal. From the start, Belle had a bad feeling about this, because the liquid he just drank was the legendary dragon King's Tears, a rare treasure, granting the user an immense increase in power, pushing their magic and physical strength to their peak. Sure enough, in a matter of moments, he fully recovered, returning to his original state, but even stronger and more dangerous than before. Before Bell could react, he attacked, launching a volley of sharp daggers towards him. But unlike the previous attacks, this time, the blades didn't fly straight toward their target. Instead, they hovered mid-air, strangely interconnected, forming a dense, deadly magical net. One wrong move, and Bell would pay with his life, possessing terrifying power. His protagonist's aura was further protected by the author's favor. Our young man displayed extraordinary courage, a spirit braver than most. Without hesitation, he summoned his sacred weapon, the Achilles shield, a sturdy defense against harm. Simultaneously, he mustered all his strength, striving to repel the enclosing mana net. Witnessing Bio's fierce resistance, Von Richko grew even more fervent, pouring more mana into the electric net. The furious current scorched, causing Bio to tremble uncontrollably. In this life-or-death moment, hanging by a thread, Bio thought his time had come, that he would return to dust. But just then, like a guardian angel, Riker appeared dramatically, rescuing him from the perilous situation. A clear defeat unfolded before Von Richko's eyes. The prey he thought was within his grasp suddenly slipped away. Rage consumed him, his fury burning intensely. Unable to contain himself any longer, Von Richko charged towards Riker, determined to finish him. But Bio seized the opportunity, unleashing a fatal sword strike. The sword sliced through the air, sending Von Richko straight to hell, to keep company with the Grim Reaper. If fortune allows him to be reborn as a human in the next life, may he remember to live a righteous life and not repeat his past mistakes. Fortunately, after defeating the villain Von Richko, both Bio and Riker were safe and sound, completely unharmed, and thanks to this life-or-death battle. And Bell and Zicker's relationship had become much closer and more intimate. Zicker even gave Bell his precious ring, as a clear demonstration of absolute trust and deep friendship between them. After successfully completing his assigned mission, Bell quickly returned to the cat's coffee mansion, obeying the request from the Jaju, head of the family. Surely, Mr. Katz had received an update from Princess Riker and was preparing words of praise for Bell. However, what he didn't expect was that Princess Riker had bestowed upon Bell the prestigious Salomon ring. This is one of the treasures containing an extraordinary amount of mana and is the highest symbol of the royal family. Perhaps this son of Galleon was far more exceptional and extraordinary than he had imagined. Therefore, Mr. Katz decided to enroll Bell in the prestigious Athena Academy, earlier than the usual regulations. Hearing this, Bell was extremely surprised and astonished. It's important to know that the prestigious Athena Knight Academy is a renowned institution that trains exceptional knights and is exclusively for children of noble families, the elite of society's upper class. Traditionally, by unspoken rule, the descendants of the powerful Satan Coffee family are educated by highly skilled private tutors. However, this family also has a unique tradition of allowing potential candidates for the next head of the family to attend outside academies, to hone their social skills and build extensive networks. Bell's enrollment at Athena Academy implicitly confirms he's been chosen as the family heir. This also elevates Bell's standing within the Satan Coffee family as an obedient and filial son. As soon as Bell enjoyed his first taste of success, he immediately asked his father for permission to move his beloved younger sister, Sarah, to a more spacious room in the main house. And seeing Sarah happily playing in her new room, Bell felt a sense of validation. Knowing that all his tireless efforts and struggles had been worthwhile, they all had meaning. He was certain that from this moment forward, his beloved Sarah would be protected, cared for, and cherished. As for Bell, he would continue to steadfastly pursue his future plans, specifically a daring assault on the powerful Satan Coffee family in 5 years. If he couldn't change the predetermined future, Sarah might once again be thrust into a dangerous vortex, facing unforeseen perils. Above all else, he needed to act swiftly to uncover the truth and expose the culprit who harmed him and his brother in their past lives. Therefore, becoming the prestigious heir was a crucial step, a key link in his plan. Meanwhile, Reizer's subordinate reported to Jean about Belle Cranel's special admission to the prestigious Athena Academy. Belle was the second person, after Jean, to attend this prestigious school, and a strong candidate for the powerful heir position. Perhaps sensing a potential threat from Belle, he hastily cautioned his master. Act now, before things get out of control. However, Jean thought it was completely unnecessary, because in his eyes, Belle was currently nothing more than a weak, harmless kid. But if in the future he became stronger, it would only benefit him, because Jin's elegant hobby was to personally destroy the most perfect things. In this precarious situation, everyone thought his death was inevitable. But surprisingly, Bio suddenly reappeared, soaring from the depths of the water, blocking the monster's path. The gigantic Reizer monster stared, stunned. What the? It's just, in the blink of an eye, two colossal leviathans were simultaneously decapitated by Belle Cranel's sharp blade. Hovering in midair on his magic board, he smirked, taunting, "Oh, seems like you're in a bit of a predicament, huh?" Reizer Phoenix, still stunned by the sight, roared furiously, "Belle, how are you still alive?" Belle glared at Reizer, a haughty smirk playing on his lips. "You look pathetic," he remarked coldly. "Reizer, you seem to be in quite the trouble. Need a hand?" Reizer glared back at Belle, shouting, "Damn you, shut your mouth. What can you even do?" Before them stood the enormous sea monster from earlier. Reizer continued, his voice dripping with contempt. "That's Shagid, a B-rank monster. A brat like you has no chance against it." Belle chuckled, his eyes gleaming with absolute confidence. His eyes seemed to say it all. Was he challenging him? "Then let's see how you'll fly over here and attack me." Reizer provoked. Facing him, the colossal monster Cha Jeter roared furiously, charging with ferocious momentum. It extended its grotesque tentacles as if to threaten and crush its opponent. But Issei didn't flinch, his eyes burning with determination. Beneath the hoverboard he was standing on, a multitude of sharp swords, similar to the one in his hand, were ready. They awaited his command, ready to strike at any moment. Issei clung to the hoverboard for balance, accelerating to maximum speed and yelling. "Assault!" Dazzling yellow slashes filled the air, tearing through the night. Sharp sword strokes were continuously unleashed, slicing through the dense cluster of tentacles. They were severed, creating gruesome sounds that sent shivers down one's spine. Reizer stood frozen, jaw agape in astonishment, unable to believe what he was witnessing. What was happening? That's a unique skill? Impossible. How could he use that skill? He just received the sacred gear. Reizer exclaimed in utter terror. He watched as each tentacle was cut down by Issei, his heart filled with fear. But that wasn't all. Unique skills, with such terrifying power, should be extremely difficult to control. Bio, majestic and imposing, sword in hand, growled menacingly. "I will tear you to shreds and toss you to the hungry sharks." Witnessing this, the colossal cherry sucked in a massive amount of seawater as if gathering energy. Immediately after, it unleashed a powerful jet of water aimed directly at its aggressive opponent. The attack was like a cannon blast. However, Bio seemed unfazed by the terrifying power. His expression remained calm. Reizer exclaimed in panic, "Damn it! That attack could destroy this entire ship." Still arrogant, Bio coldly retorted, "Is it your trump card? Then let me show you my ultimate move." He gripped his sword with both hands and shouted, "Tran Hung-gi." The sword in his hands suddenly emitted a brilliant aurora, engulfing the surrounding space. The sword lengthened, glowing brightly, radiating scorching heat. He raised the sword to the sky and roared, "Fusion!" Reizer looked up in terror, frozen by the sight of the sword fusing into a single entity. Belle charged forward, his sword aimed directly at the target. A powerful attack shattered Chagid's raging whirlpool. Belle's valiant cry echoed through the space. His sword tore through the air, creating a blinding, earth-shattering light. But Bell didn't stop. His strength hadn't diminished. The sword continued its advance with terrifying speed. Finally, it pierced straight into the body of Zed's son. Seawater erupted behind Bell, creating a majestic scene. Bell gripped the hilt of his sword, his stance firm. He mustered all his strength, pulling the sword upward. "Sleep well, you damned monster. Sink to the bottom of the deep sea," Bell roared. A decisive, powerful slash. Bell successfully tore apart the remaining body of the monster. The monster's last piece of flesh was severed. The monster collapsed, dying instantly. Its body disintegrated, floating adrift on the sea surface. The violent, raging waves subsided. Everything returned to peace, as if nothing had happened. Rayer exclaimed in astonishment. "This kid, unbelievable. He actually defeated a Chagidid alone. This is unusual beyond the natural order." Bio quickly returned to the boat and lowered the plank. "Now it's your turn, Rayer." He spoke resolutely, without hesitation. "I must collect the debt you owe me." Rayer thought to himself, "This guy will soon become a threat to Jean Sama." Rayer glared at Bio with undisguised malice, thinking, "I must eliminate him right here." He snarled, "You damn brat. Do you really think you can beat me? I'm a top-tier Barank, you know." Unfazed, Bio retorted sharply, "Let me ask you, do you truly believe you can win against me?" He smirked. "I mean, you had to resort to using Spencer to ambush me. Doesn't that prove you're afraid to face me directly?" Rayer scowled, irritated. "Don't get cocky, you little punk." The two stood facing each other, tension filling the air. A suffocating, deathly aura filled the air. Without hesitation, they lunged at each other like bloodthirsty beasts. Their earth-shattering collision unleashed a blinding light, scorching the space around them. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, threatening to tear the sky apart. Razor unleashed a powerful blow, sending Bio flying backward with a cry of pain. "Damn it!" Bio gritted his teeth, struggling to stay on his feet. But against his opponent's overwhelming strength, he was forced back a considerable distance. The violent friction between his body and the deck created a thick cloud of smoke. Bio gripped his sword, his eyes warily fixed on Razor. He was incredibly strong. Razor seized the opportunity, charging forward with a furious roar. "You're useless." Remaining calm, Bio chanted, summoning the A-rank formation sword, Plundering Strike. The sword shot towards Razor with blinding speed. He raised an eyebrow. Boom! Razor raised his weapon to block, his movements unwavering. He stopped the incoming sword dead in its tracks. The sword was deflected, knocked off course. Razor smirked. "Got it. Now I can attack him from his blind spot." The weapon in his hand radiated an intense heat, making the surrounding air seem to ignite. Just seconds later, he unleashed a powerful blow towards Bio. Bio's sword drew a magnificent arc, graceful yet powerful, focusing all its strength into a single point. A deafening shout echoed, accompanied by the earth-shattering move, Holy Light Slash. Bio's sword shattered into pieces, black smoke billowing from the fragments. Rayizer's expression remained cold and contemptuous as he spoke. "Did you really think that meager strength could defeat us?" The two stood facing each other on the ship in the middle of the ocean. The atmosphere grew heavy, the tension so thick that time seemed to stand still. Bio grimaced, thinking to himself, as expected, the power of a top-tier Barank cannot be underestimated. This battle will be incredibly difficult. My mana is depleting rapidly from continuously using skills. His expression became more serious than ever. He focused all his mind, preparing to activate Starlight's sword formation. "This is my last resort," Bio thought to himself. At that moment, Rayizer charged and once again, his aura ferocious. "It seems that's the last sword you can wield," he taunted. "But I won't hold back. The next attack will finish you." With the same terrifying, murderous expression, he charged straight at Bell. "Damn it," Bell thought. A powerful attack from Rayizer grazed Bell, ripping his sleeve. He barely dodged, letting out a cry of pain. Before he could recover, Rayizer launched another attack, this time aimed directly at Bell's stomach. A sickening thud echoed, like the sound of shattering bone. Bell cried out in agony, his face contorted in pain. He quickly leaped into the air, cursing under his breath. Bastard, he controls his body so much better than I do. As he desperately searched for a way to counterattack, Bell suddenly remembered a past incident. When he lost control after using Ishtar's power, his eyes widened, a terrifying glint in them. Blue veins bulged on his face. Maybe I can match him if I use Ishtar's power, but if I keep activating it. A feeling of being completely consumed by darkness washed over him. Bell Crannel cried out, unleashing his ultimate skill in a desperate moment. His hand gripped a revolver with a dark brown casing, its crimson trim glowing with a deadly hue. Rana Rock. Bell raised his dual guns, aimed at Razer, and pulled the triggers, the deafening roar echoing through the air. Razer furrowed his brows in annoyance, swiftly dodging the barrage of bullets. Do you really believe such paltry weapons can trouble me? Suddenly, Bell charged forward with terrifying speed, a gleaming blade flashing in his hand. A flicker of confusion crossed Razer's face. He thought to himself, is this brat trying to close the distance with gunfire? But he's too slow. He can't possibly hit me. Bell's gun fired again. A fireball erupted from the muzzle. But instead of aiming at Razer, Bell pointed the gun behind him. The tremendous recoil propelled him forward. At the same time, his sword remained pointed at his opponent. Bell lunged with breakneck speed. Razer, startled, dodged to the side. This arrogant bastard. Is he using the gun's recoil to accelerate? A sharp blade grazed Razer's face, drawing a thin line of blood. His eyes darkened, fury ignited within. You sly brat. But all you managed was a mere scratch. Suddenly, Bio's eyebrows shot up, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. He fell for it. A brilliant golden light erupted, tearing through the air. The light pierced straight through Razer, pinning him in place. Razer's eyes widened in horror. His pupils constricted violently, as if enduring excruciating pain. Agonized groans escaped his throat with difficulty. Razer slowly collapsed, his breathing shallow and ragged. He squeezed his eyes shut, his skin wrinkled and contorted in pain. Waves of agony, like sharp needles, pierced through him, surging in relentless waves, like violent waves crashing against the shore. So, this was his true goal all along. Belles footsteps approchaient steadily. He lowered his sword, the tip aimed directly at Razer, his voice cold and menacing. The game is over. His eyes, cold and sharp as knives, looked down at him. He offered a piece of advice. Give up. Don't waste your energy trying to kill me. Razer narrowed his eyes, glancing up with a defiant look. But the pain on his face was still evident, impossible to hide. Give up. He struggled to his feet, his voice dripping with sarcasm. His hands trembled as he clenched them into fists, bringing them to his chest. A sneer curled his lips. Haha. Don't be ridiculous. You will become a threat to Jin-sama in the future. Then he roared in fury. You must die here. Bio asked, why are you so loyal to Jin? Razer stared at him, his breath heavy and ragged. Memories of the past flooded back, of him standing alone on a battlefield, surrounded by corpses, death hanging heavy in the air. His body trembled violently. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the hard, cold ground. Then he fell flat, utterly spent, barely able to breathe. I can't go on. Suddenly, a pair of feet approached. A mysterious man with shoulder-length hair appeared. Clad in a jet-black cloak, he stood imposingly before Razer. The man spoke in a low, mysterious voice. You are the infamous mercenary, the one who has taken over 300 lives. Razer narrowed his eyes, looking at the stranger with suspicion and distrust. The man took out a vial of strange, emerald-green liquid. He opened the vial and poured the liquid out. The jade-like liquid fell onto Razer's head. Magical green rings of light spread out, encircling his body. Razer's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling an intense life force surging through him. He felt revived. The man smiled warmly, a bright smile on his face. He placed his hand on his chest and declared, Rejoice, for from this moment on, you are my loyal servant. Back in reality, Razer hung his head in silence, his hands clenched into fists. He grasped the hilt of the sword, piercing his abdomen, whispering, Jin-sama, you saved me. Then, Razer resolutely pulled the sword out of his body. He declared he must repay the favor. after drawing his sword. Reiser reverted to his frenzied, uncontrolled state. He roared madly, at any cost. He would use all his strength to sever Bel's sword. The sword snapped in two, sparking and smoking. Bel exclaimed, "So you've made your decision." He looked him straight in the eyes and said sternly, "I thought you were nothing more than a common thug. But I admit, I respect your knightly spirit." With that, he gripped his broken sword and raised his gun. "Let's fight with everything we've got, as paladins." Reiser looked at him with resentment and wariness. He launched a fierce fireball from his weapon, ready to attack. Bel focused intently, assessing the situation. That's the technique he used before, he thought. Without hesitation, he charged forward with the same tactic as before. This ultimate move is incredibly powerful, but it takes time to execute, Bel realized. I have to strike before he can unleash it. Bio lunged forward, his blue eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Suddenly, Reiser's legs shot upwards from below. He unleashed a vicious kick. Without a shred of mercy or hesitation, Reiser landed a powerful blow on Bio. The unexpected kick stunned Bio. Bio's eyes widened, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "This is a trap. I've been tricked," Bio thought to himself. Reiser didn't miss a beat, immediately launching his weapon for another attack. Enraged, he roared, "Checkmate." Bio grimaced at Reiser, but remained undeterred, resolutely advancing. He yelled, "This is my last chance." Bio mustered all his strength, controlling the blade. The blade, now only half its original size, zipped towards Reiser. The sharp blade instantly sliced past him. A blinding light flashed, beautiful yet dangerous. Blood spurted from Reiser, splattering everywhere. He writhed in pain, coughing up blood. "Raise collapsed, exhausted, whispering, no, impossible. I destroyed all of your swords," he muttered in despair. Bel stood triumphant, looking at Reiser with a smug grin. "Too bad for you," Bel said, a hint of regret in his voice. "I only let you think it was destroyed." Reiser stared at Bel in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. You planned this whole fight." He thought to himself, astonishment rising within him. It was as if the kid in front of him was more experienced in battle than himself. This brat, just who is he? Bel silently watched as Reiser collapsed, his body hitting the ground. The tension that had filled the air dissipated. Bel's face relaxed, a wave of relief washing over him. "I almost lost if it weren't for that trump card." He breathed a sigh of relief. Bel gazed out at the vast ocean, lost in thought. "I defeated Reiser, a formidable opponent, the top-ranked B-rank adventurer." He pondered, leaning against the railing of the ship, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Seems like I've gotten stronger, just as planned." Bel smiled confidently. The scene shifted to a grand castle where Sarah was waiting. She gently opened the door and called out, "Oni-chan." Bel was nowhere to be seen, and unease began to creep into her heart. She stepped onto the lakeshore, her eyes searching desperately, scanning the surroundings but finding no familiar figure. Anxiety welled up, her gaze darting around, near and far, leaving no corner unchecked. Still finding nothing, she called out again, "Oni-chan," her voice filled with fragile hope. Silica hurried down the long, dim hallway. Worry burned within her. Her search continued relentlessly, each passing second heavy with dread. She yearned to hear a response, a familiar "Oni-chan," but only a terrifying silence answered, empty and despairing. Her gaze drifted into the distance, lost. A hint of sadness touched her face, unable to hide the growing anxiety. She wondered silently, could he still be trapped in Sao? Lost in thought, she stood still amidst the vast, quiet hallway. A profound silence surrounded her, leaving her utterly alone. Coldness and loneliness enveloped her. It seemed this silence only amplified the worries weighing on her heart. Shouldn't he have finished his quest and returned by now? Suddenly, Silica noticed a door ahead, slightly ajar. A flicker of hope ignited within her. Could it be him? She wondered. A mixture of eagerness and nervousness filled her as she clasped her hands together. Is the library still open? Maybe he's in there, she murmured to herself, a faint glimmer of hope flickering in her heart. Sarah gently approached the door, threw it open, and quickly ran inside, excitedly calling out, "Big brother!" But Sarah's call was met with a shadowy figure, standing silently in the dim room. The air was thick with a palpable sense of danger and mystery. Slow, steady footsteps echoed in the room, each one a beat against Sarah's heart. Sarah froze, horrified to realize it wasn't Belle. Her face paled. It was Jean. He was staring at her with blood-red eyes, blazing with fury and menace. A terrifying, killing intent radiated from him. Fear welled up, preventing Sarah from looking directly at Jean. She trembled, lowering her head. "I am scared. I'm so scared," she screamed internally. But then Sarah reassured herself. "Even though I'm scared, I still have to greet him." She tried to speak, but the words caught in her throat. Jin's snake-like eyes bore into little Sarah, making her feel as if 1,000 needles were piercing her skin. Sarah flinched, letting out a terrified gasp. Jean suddenly stepped closer, muttering gibberish. Terrified, Sarah trembled uncontrollably, her legs unsteady. Instinctively, she backed away. Suddenly, Sarah bumped into someone standing right behind her. She turned around, her eyes wide with surprise. Belle. He had been there all along without her knowing. "What are you planning to do with Sarah? What do you want from her?" Jean observed silently, his sharp gaze fixed on Sarah. Upon seeing Bio, Sarah cried out joyfully, "Bio!" Without hesitation, she ran and embraced him tightly. Bio gently comforted Sarah. "I'm home, my love." Suddenly, Sarah noticed the wound on Bio's hand. Her small face filled with worry. "Bio, are you hurt again?" Bio quickly reassured his sister. "Don't worry, my love. I just had a run-in with a rather difficult opponent, a B-rank holy knight named Reiser." He looked at Jean, his eyes cold and filled with animosity. Jean remained silent, observing Bio and Sarah. Bio looked directly at Jean, his voice firm. "I will change this." Jean remained indifferent, replying contemptuously, "Who cares?" Jean scoffed, his tone full of disdain. "Both of you are nothing but ants in my path." He continued his insults. "Even your stupid little sister." He didn't stop there. Jean ordered the two siblings to step aside, clearing a path for him to leave. "I don't have time to waste on insignificant beings like you." Suddenly, Bio spoke with a serious tone, his voice completely different from before. He spoke without a trace of fear. "I will be the one to inherit this family, because you are not capable of protecting it." Jean paused, seemingly struck by Bio's words. He turned around, a ferocious look in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour those standing before him. He glared at Bio and Sarah, murderous intent radiating from him. Rage erupted within Jean, a terrifying killing intent emanating from his body. The horrifying aura instantly created an immense pressure on the two siblings. Sarah couldn't bear the pressure. She quickly hugged her brother tightly. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Bio maintained a resolute expression. Suddenly, Jean let out a strange laugh. He burst into maniacal laughter. "How interesting." Jean walked towards the siblings, his voice booming. "Sometimes, even the smallest pebbles hold a captivating beauty worth admiring." Then, he turned and walked away, leaving a challenging remark. "Try to take me down whenever you want." They stood frozen, watching his figure disappear in astonishment. Bio quickly reassured his trembling sister. "It's okay, Zira. You must have been terrified." Bio understood the immense pressure Jean exerted more than anyone. Jean was indeed no ordinary opponent. He drifted into deep thought. In terms of strength, he was probably at the peak of rank B. But Jean was a renowned rank, a holy knight. Between rank B and rank, there was a massive gap, an insurmountable wall. To defeat him, he had to prove himself worthy of his family's legacy. He had to reach rank A before graduating from Athena Academy. Several days passed since that fateful encounter. Belle was preparing for his upcoming journey. Suddenly, his father appeared with several people. "Belle, my son, there you are," he called out. Maintaining a stern expression, he kindly asked his son, "It seems you're ready for school?" Belle bowed respectfully. "Thank you for seeing me off." The Duke slowly instructed. "Athena Academy requires each student to have a bodyguard for safety. I'll assign a B-rank holy knight to protect you throughout your studies." The bodyguard bowed respectfully, greeting the young master. "Master Belle, please call me. Anything I can do for you, no matter how small, I will do my best." Belle remained bowed, sincerely replying, "That's reassuring. Father, may I make a request?" His father replied curtly, "What is it?" Belle was about to speak when the door behind them suddenly burst open. Hestia appeared in the doorway, carrying a heavy suitcase. "Belle," she exclaimed, "I'm sorry I'm late." It turned out Hestia had come to deliver Belle's belongings. Witnessing this, the boys suddenly spoke up courageously. "I want to take Hestia with me." The Duke, perplexed, asked, "Why would you want that?" Bio replied, his voice laced with worry. "I wouldn't feel at ease leaving my sister home alone, father. Besides, I'd really like her by my side while I study at the academy." But the Duke clearly disagreed with this request. He sternly stated, "I cannot grant you that request. Only properly trained guards are permitted to accompany you to the academy. And remember, you're going there to study and train, not to play." However, Zira persisted, her voice filled with pleading. The Duke stood firm, resolutely saying, "Do not try to persuade me, Zira." Suddenly, Bio spoke, breaking the tense silence. "Then, father, please allow Sarah to become my bodyguard." The Duke asked in surprise, "What did you say?" Lowering his voice, the boy earnestly replied, "When Sarah is by my side, I feel many times stronger, father. It's as if I could even defeat an A-rank holy knight." The Duke looked at his son, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. A look of hesitation and difficulty appeared on his face. Finally, defeated, he nodded in agreement. "That's quite a confident declaration, BEO, but I have no other choice." He had no choice but to compromise and give in to his children's wishes. The two siblings set off together in a carriage, heading towards the prestigious academy. Sarah's face was alight with excitement, thrilled to be accompanying her brother to school. Soon, they arrived at the imposing gates of the academy. Bio carefully helped his sister down from the carriage. Sarah's eyes widened in amazement. Overwhelmed by the grandeur of the academy, a sight she beheld for the first time. Unable to contain her admiration, she exclaimed, "Amazing! Is this the school you'll be attending, big brother?" Bio nodded slightly. "Yes. After all, this is a school exclusively for nobles." The siblings walked and chatted animatedly. "You'll stay in a room while I'm in class, okay? Remember that, little one," Bio reminded her. The girl obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Bio quickened his pace, saying as he walked, "All right, first we need to get settled in." Suddenly, they came across a training session in progress. It appeared to be combat training. Curious about the commotion, the two brothers joined the gathering crowd. Bio spoke up, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Whoa, it looks like a sparring match between senior trainees. This is a great opportunity for us to observe and learn." Sarah was visibly excited by the matches unfolding before her eyes. "Amazing. Everyone is incredibly strong. Can you feel it? I have a feeling that most of the trainees here are D-rank." Suddenly, the boy noticed someone strike with terrifying power. He's completely outclassing the others, Bio thought to himself. However, his strength is probably only around C-rank. "Still not enough to compare to me," he confidently asserted. In a matter of moments, only he and one other person remained standing in the arena. The tall man spoke. "Now you're the last one left," he said with an air of authority. "Today, I will crush you into pieces." With those words, he lunged at his opponent with lightning speed. However, his opponent seemed unfazed by the overwhelming power. A sneer of contempt and arrogance spread across his face. In a flash, the sharp axe blade hovered over his head. Sarah gasped, "Look out!" The attack, a whirlwind of terrifying force, hurtled towards him. A dreadful energy pulsed from the axe, making the surrounding space tremble. Yet, it was the arrogant blonde man who fell. Bio eyed the newcomer warily. What just happened? He wondered. It's not like he's using a divine weapon's power. He must be at least B rank on par with me. Or even stronger. Everyone around was horrified, unable to believe their eyes. He had taken down Zororo with a single blow. As expected from the heir of the Rot-Wingzer family, Belle seemed to recognize something upon hearing that name. Cross-Weiner, the sworn enemy of the Satan Jobs family. The Cross-Weiner family, mortal enemies of the Satan Jobs family. He understood. They were Sarah's sworn enemies, and his own as well. The man's eyes were fierce and crazed, like a bloodthirsty beast. On a bright morning, the day of the grand entrance ceremony, the prestigious academy stood in all its majestic glory. Everyone gathered in the grand hall for the welcoming ceremony. A warm welcome to all new students who have been accepted into this prestigious academy. Albert, the MC, stood up with a dignified presence. He spoke eloquently and charismatically as the student council president. I sincerely congratulate you all, and I hope that throughout your time here, you will all become resilient and strong individuals. Albert's deep blue eyes suddenly flashed with a strange, unreadable expression. It was like a veiled warning, putting listeners on edge. Belle recognized him as Albert Crosswindsor, a prominent figure in the academy. He was the top student in his third year, excelling in every field. Moreover, Albert was the sole heir to the prestigious Crosswindsor family, a family that had produced countless renowned holy knights throughout history. In his past life, Belle had never met Albert. However, he knew at least one thing. Albert had reached the astonishing S rank at the young age of 18. It was this S rank holy knight who had taken his life in the past. Deep down, he was filled with doubt and lingering suspicions. Could it be him, that enigmatic man, the mastermind behind everything? The ceremony had just ended, and the students gathered, chattering amongst themselves. President Albert seems really intimidating, doesn't he? One student remarked. Yeah, he has such a cold aura. I heard he's already reached B rank Holy Knight. That's incredible. Speaking of B rank, it seems like the student council has a lot of B rank masters, right? Yes, the student council was founded by 4 exceptional individuals, the top rankers of the annual martial arts tournament. Every year, the title of president is given to the champion, the strongest in the competition. So Albert is really the strongest in the academy? That's insane. Belle walked, lost in thought. I'm not sure. Could Albert be the one who killed me in my past life? But to prevent that tragedy from repeating, to protect myself and my loved ones, I have to show Albert, the heir of the prestigious Windsor family, the true power of the Satan Jobs family. Instead of holding a regular election, Athena holds a grand annual martial arts tournament to select and determine the most outstanding student council. I definitely have to participate in this tournament. I'm determined to defeat Albert. Make a bow down and admit defeat. Scene changes to a classroom. A boy with short green hair approaches Belle, who is sitting down. He asks, "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" Belle enthusiastically replies, "Oh no, it's not taken." The green-haired boy's face lights up. "Oh great, thanks." He then introduces himself. "I'm Ram from. I hope we can get along well for the next 3 years." Belle replies, "Yeah, I hope so too." Suddenly, Belle falls silent, a look of surprise on his face. Belle jolts, asking in alarm, "Wait, Sam, Ram, is that you?" Ram replies, confused, "What's wrong? Why are you reacting like this?" Belle quickly waves his hand dismissively. Nothing, it's nothing." However, he couldn't help but be surprised to see Ram here. Belle knew that in just a few years, this boy would slaughter 3 noble families. He started a rebellion fueled by personal vengeance and became a notorious retribution knight. However, at this point in time, he doesn't possess that earth-shattering power yet. While Bio was lost in thought, Lamb suddenly asked, "So, what's your name?" Bio started to say, "Right, I'm..." But he suddenly remembered his father's words. "My son, Bio, you must absolutely keep your true identity and background a secret at the academy. I've told you, if you reveal the name Satan Jobs, countless people will be willing to help you. But in that case, your enrollment at this academy will become meaningless." He instructed Bio, "You must prove your abilities and worth through your own strength." Therefore, Bio decided to use a fake name. He hesitated, then replied, I'm Liebel Slide." Bio thought to himself, "I must keep my true identity hidden until I defeat Albert. Lam Cheflin Zipli Liebel Hu." "So you're from a commoner class too?" Leo realized that. The badges attached to the uniforms symbolized the noble status of each student. Commoners possessed circular badges, representing simplicity and ordinariness. Meanwhile, the nobles wore sparkling star-shaped badges, symbolizing power and status. With a single glance at the badge, one could easily distinguish the background and standing of each student. Therefore, Leo affirmed, "That's right." Ram then revealed to Leo, "Actually, I'm a baron, belonging to the commoner class. But because there are so many nobles in this school, my baron title holds no weight." Leo completely understood and empathized with Ram. Athena Academy was renowned for gathering children from prestigious and noble families, with very few commoner students. Most students came from wealthy and renowned families. Leo smiled cheerfully and replied, "Exactly, so I hope we can become good friends." Leo himself didn't expect to befriend the Retribution Knight, Ram. But he felt that Ram seemed to be a trustworthy companion. Leo once again lost himself in thought. Friends, stars, In my past life, I never had an AI I could consider a friend. This experience is truly strange and fascinating. Suddenly, a figure approaches from afar. Oh, look, we've got ourselves an AI here, Lamb. Lamb is suddenly startled. Roger, I can't believe you just said that out loud. Unbelievable. I'm in the same class with an old friend from my hometown. Roger's sudden appearance caused a stir in the classroom, with everyone whispering and chattering. Hey, isn't that Roger Lynn Chris? The Earl's son, the one who already reached rank D. Roger spoke, his tone laced with sarcasm and mockery towards Lamb. So, Lamb, what's your purpose here? Lamb calmly replied, I'm just here to take the entrance exam. Roger started clapping, but with his sarcastic undertone. Oh, is that so? Congratulations on passing, then. But then his tone turned threatening. His eyes were as sharp as daggers. Athena is not a place for a commoner like you. So, excuse me, but could you get out of here? Those harsh words were like sharp blades, piercing Lamb's heart, causing him unbearable pain. But Roger immediately tightened his grip on his throat. What are you implying? A slave must absolutely obey his master's orders. That guy was far more arrogant than you. I'm starting to have to resort to force. Do you understand? With just a word, I can easily crush an insignificant being like you. Unable to bear it any longer, Belle spoke up. That's enough. Stop it. Lamb weakly called Belle's name. Belle. Roger approached and asked, Oh, and who are you? His gaze landed on the badge Belle was wearing. Instantly, a mocking expression appeared on his face. Ah, another commoner? Belle stood up resolutely and said firmly, It doesn't matter who I am. Let Lamb go. The man complied, replying, I'm fine. But no one expected him to be pretending. He suddenly stepped back, gaining momentum. Then, without hesitation, he kicked Lamb hard. A piercing pain shot through his head. B.O. rushed to Lamb's side, asking worriedly, Are you okay? Are you all right? B.O.'s concern seemed to lift a weight off Roger, who burst into contemptuous laughter. Mockingly, he said, He was screaming pathetically just now. I can't stand by and watch you bully the weak anymore, B.O. exclaimed angrily. B.O.'s voice rose, stern and resolute. You bastard! You dare call yourself a holy knight of Sao? His tone became increasingly authoritative and firm. Precisely because you are a noble, you should cherish and protect the common people. B.O.'s righteous words seemed to have no effect on Roger. He maintained his arrogant demeanor, responding disdainfully. What nonsense are you talking about? Slaves are born to be used and exploited by us nobles. B.O. retorted, his voice filled with contempt. Such a narrow-minded thought. Don't you know that? A count can fall from grace as easily as a commoner in Sao. Roger raised his hand, preparing to use magic. He roared furiously. You want to challenge me? He immediately drew his weapon, a sharp axe. B.O., with no other choice, accepted the challenge. He told Lamb, Step back. The two rushed into battle, the air thick with tension. Roger was astonished when Belle suddenly pulled out a strange weapon. He declared confidently, I'll teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Seeing Belle's appearance, Roger couldn't help but burst into laughter. What's wrong with this guy? Roger thought to himself, Don't tell me that rusty sword hilt is your divine weapon. Ain't nobody like you. Couldn't even swat a fly with that thing. Roger mocked. He loudly insulted B.O. in front of everyone. However, B.O. retorted cleverly. In that case, you're probably not even as good as a fly. Roger couldn't bear the humiliation any longer. He roared in fury. You dare mock me? You insignificant wretch. You useless commoner. I will end you. B.O. calmly accepted the challenge. Let's see if you can. A silence fell over the area, the atmosphere heavy with anticipation. Roger charged forward, determined to gain the upper hand. Belle remained calm, his expression unwavering. He observed his opponent's every move, a habit honed through countless battles. Roger abruptly spun around, charging towards Belle with blinding speed. Suddenly, a strong hand slammed down between them, halting the imminent clash. A girl abruptly intervened between Roger and Belle. Unexpectedly, she used music as a weapon to subdue them. A strange sound rang out, preventing the fight from breaking out. Both Roger and Belle clutched their heads in pain from the piercing sound. The girl calmly spoke, Hey, you two stop it. Don't fight anymore. Her demeanor was incredibly calm and composed. We're all in the same class. So let's get along, okay? She gently urged. All right. Belle, clutching his head with a pained expression, asked, This girl, what was that all about? the girl finally lowered her beloved instrument. She casually sat down on a nearby desk. "Oh, by the way, I'm Xingfei. Nice to meet you both." Roger suddenly remembered something. "Xingfei, could you be Xingfei AirPods?" A higher-ranking Hoxa than him. Suddenly, the teacher appeared from behind the door. "All right, everyone take your seats. Let's begin today's lesson." The scene transitioned to the Academy's vast training grounds. The instructor spoke, his voice echoing throughout the area. "In this first lesson, we will conduct an assessment of each student's abilities." He pointed towards the giant humanoid targets in the distance. "Use your sacred treasures to attack those targets, as if a monster is standing before you. Aim for the golem and show me all the power you possess." A confident student stepped forward, ready to showcase himself. "I'll go first." He charged towards the golem, his gleaming sword swinging with powerful force. The sharp blade left a deep gash on the golem's body. But before he could celebrate his victory, the golem, in some strange way, flung the student away. The wound from the sword was quite deep, but the golem had an astonishing recovery speed. It quickly used magic to heal the wound. Witnessing this, Bo suddenly understood. Therefore, it possesses an incredible self-healing ability after each attack. Most students fail miserably when faced with this difficult challenge. They unleash a variety of techniques, from basic attacks to complex spells, but all end in vain, suffering the same bitter fate. The teacher observing the match begins to show a clear expression of worry on his face. This year, most students seem to only reach rank E, a fairly low level in the magic system. They're almost only able to use the most basic elemental spells, clumsily and inexpertly. Next, it's Lamb's turn to enter the fight, ready to face the challenge. The teacher intently observes him, his gaze pensive as if assessing Lamb's strength. In his hand is an ordinary spear, emitting no magical aura whatsoever. It's a clear sign that he's only at rank E, the lowest rank in the magic hierarchy. He resolutely charges towards the golem. "I'll begin," Lamb calls out. Lamb forcefully thrusts his spear into the giant stone golem's body. But immediately, he's thrown back by the powerful recoil. Roger, witnessing the scene, bursts into mocking laughter. "Ha ha ha, what a loser. Can't even use basic magic. Can you, Lamb?" Lamb remains silent, enduring the pain, slowly getting back on his feet. It's Roger's turn to show his skills. He steps forward arrogantly, declaring, "Let me show you the difference between a master and an amateur." Amidst the debris and himself. Immediately after, he skillfully channeled fire elemental magic, encasing his battle axe. He spun around, throwing the weapon with all his might towards the target. At the base of the giant bloom tree, the axe left a deep, gaping gash. This wound was clearly more prominent and powerful than those inflicted by the previous students. It was a feat that exceeded expectations. The teacher, quite impressed with his student's performance, praised, "Well done." That attack reached a D rank level of power. Hearing this, a smug look spread across Roger's face. Then, Seraphina spoke up. All right. It's my turn to show you what I can do." She took out her harp, gently saying, "Let's begin. Time to shine." She plucked the strings, and an immense surge of energy erupted forth. A strange sound resonated, forcing the other students to cover their ears from the piercing noise. The powerful attack had a significant impact on the giant Olam. She succeeded in wounding the Olam, weakening it considerably. The other students immediately erupted in cheers. "Wow, amazing," they exclaimed in awe. Everyone marveled at the two's performance. They were truly on a completely different level. Roger applauded and then asked, "Lady Xingfa of the NDT0, correct?" As expected from the daughter of a prestigious marquis, he added, "I truly admire you." Deep down, he knew it was best to maintain a good relationship with the powerful marquis family. But Xingfa responded coldly, "I don't think you should do that." She continued, "I've been thinking about this. In this school, we are all equal as students, right? Family background and social status mean nothing here." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Roger stunned. His face darkened with anger. He clicked his tongue and said, "Those are the words of a Roger sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Oh, another commoner dares to show his face. He continued to taunt Belle, his tone laced with mockery. What can you possibly do with just a useless scabbard? Roger scoffed, but Belle seemed unfazed by Roger's provocations. He calmly replied, his voice unwavering. Apologies, but I won't be using the scabbard. Belle then cast a spell, summoning a gleaming sword. Roger's eyes widened in astonishment. A real sword? Impossible. A second chi, he stammered. Lamb also looked surprised by this unexpected turn of events. However, Belle was still met with Roger's ridicule. Ha ha ha. Even if it's a real sword, it doesn't possess any magic power. That sword will surely be deflected immediately. Roger continued to sneer. Belle remained indifferent. Just keep your eyes open and watch. He calmly took his stance, ready to attack. Suddenly, Belle moved with lightning speed, slicing the Olin into pieces. He single-handedly defeated the monster with ease. All the students were astonished by this spectacular display. The teacher was also taken aback by Belle's power. Incredible. An ordinary sword, not enhanced by any magic, pierced through Olin's steel-hard skin. Bio thought, with superior swordsmanship and a sharp California, magic wasn't needed. The more Roger watched, the more horrified he became. What the hell is going on? Isn't he just a commoner? Lamb excitedly ran over, cheering. Amazing. Bio, you're incredible. Bio humbly replied. It's nothing special. Lamb could do it too. Lamb still couldn't hide her admiration. No way. You're truly amazing. I'm so jealous. I can't even use magic yet. Bio consoled her. Don't worry, you have great potential. I'm sure of it, Lamb. You possess a rare quality. He firmly stated, as long as you don't give up, you will definitely become a great holy knight. Completely taken aback, Lamb stammered out her thanks. Sifa rushed over. Excitedly, she asked Belle, what was that just now? Amazing. That skill was incredible. How can you use a divine weapon so masterfully? Belle stammered a reply. Hey, you're standing too close. Everyone crowded around Belle, showering him with praise. Belle, you're extraordinary. I couldn't even see you swing your sword. They continued their excited chatter, asking questions. Isn't that the strongest divine weapon among all the top 10 students? Hearing this, Roger's face paled. The other students rushed to clarify. Oh no, we didn't mean it like that. Of course, we're excluding Roger. Even Roger had to admit Belle was truly talented. Annoyed, he clicked his tongue. The teacher's voice boomed. That's enough for today. But tomorrow, we will conduct a practical combat ability test. Your mission is to hunt down the monsters that have been released. They are hiding in the dense forest behind the school. Prepare yourselves thoroughly. Be ready for any dangerous situation. The teacher's voice boomed, stern and authoritative. Indeed, this was not a mission to be taken lightly, requiring utmost concentration. The students gathered around Bio, chatting excitedly and enthusiastically. They seemed completely oblivious to Roger's presence. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice clear. Back, come out here. Immediately, a man emerged from the shadows, as if he had been waiting for a long time. His face was grim, cold, and exuded ruthlessness. This was definitely someone not to be trifled with. Roger asked, You brought a spirit beast here, didn't you? You intend to use it as my bodyguard? Let me borrow it tomorrow. Back cautiously asked, You mean, release it during class? Roger deliberately evaded the question. What? Is there a problem? Back hastily replied, Of course not, sir. I have no objections. Just as Roger expected. His actions were always audacious, reckless, and unpredictable. He continued, Those commoners and low-ranking nobles. I can imagine their horrified faces right now. Roger wore a cunning expression. He feigned agreement with Noi, nodding in approval. I'll send those commoners straight to hell. Meanwhile, students were lined up neatly in the spacious schoolyard. The teacher's voice echoed, announcing the lesson. Today, we will conduct a practical combat ability test. The location is the forest behind the school. Monsters will be released in order of rank, from F to E. Hearing this, Sifa's lips curled into a slight smirk. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Your task today is to hunt monsters. Show me your full potential. Roger glanced back, his gaze sharp. Standing right behind him was Belle, who was still focused on listening to the instructions. The student who eliminates the most monsters will receive bonus points. So give it your all. Suddenly, Roger flashed a sly, calculating smile. After explaining the rules, the teacher loudly declared, "Begin." The students stood at attention, listening intently to their teacher. As soon as he finished, Shimpa excitedly exclaimed, "Awesome! Belle, let's see who will excel and take the lead." With that, she cheerfully dashed forward. As she ran, Shimpa glanced back at Belle. Belle thought to himself, "She's as energetic and boisterous as ever." But then, his gaze quickly became determined. "No way. I won't lose the top spot. I have to show everyone my true abilities for a bright future." Belle strode forward, full of confidence, towards the forest. Just then, from behind, Ram hurriedly ran up to Belle, stammering, "See, can I go with you?" Ram's face was filled with worry and tension. "I'm not confident enough to fight alone." Belle glanced at Ram, then nodded. "All right, but I'm not going to slow down." With that, he started running toward the forest. "Follow me." Ram frantically chased after him. "Wait for me." Belle and I journeyed together. Suddenly, we encountered a colossal, three-headed serpent. Without hesitation, Bio swung his sword, delivering a powerful and decisive blow. The sharp blade severed one of the monster's heads. In a flash, a second strike tore through the serpent's body, splitting its massive form in two. Bio knelt beside the monster's remains, quickly retrieving a sharp fawn. "All right," he muttered, counting his spoils. 15 so far. Not enough to even get started. He sighed. Witnessing the scene, Lamb expressed his admiration. "You're truly incredible." Bio took down those ferocious Naga with a single blow. But Bio sternly reminded Lamb, "We don't have time for chit-chat, understand?" Suddenly, a menacing shadow appeared behind Lamb. A piercing roar echoed, startling Lamb. He spun around in terror. A gigantic serpent, even larger than the previous one, gaped its fanged maw, ready to devour him. Before Lamb could react, Bio lunged forward, his sword slashing down upon the monstrous creature's head. With a single strike, he ended the grotesque being's life. Lamb, still trembling, stammered her thanks. Thank you for saving me." Bio's voice was stern. "Don't let your guard down. There are more enemies than I anticipated. Around here, the others are fighting fiercely against the monsters." Still in shock, Lamb stood frozen, trembling like a leaf. She looked around, witnessing the chaotic scene of the battle. Some are fighting grotesque, blue-colored monsters with bizarre shapes. Others were facing off against ferocious dwarves with blood-red eyes, filled with murderous intent. A strong determination surged within Lamb. "I have to fight too. I can't give up." In a hidden corner of the dark forest, Roger stood silently, observing Bio and Lamb from afar. He clenched his fist, punching a tree trunk hard, his teeth grinding. "Don't get cocky." His eyes burned with hatred and envy. "You damn goody-two-shoes bastard." Roger raised his magic staff high. "This is the end for you." Instantly, a brilliant reddish-orange light emanated from the staff, illuminating the sky. With a commanding roar, he summoned his minion, Activate. Beneath Bio's feet, a mystical magic circle suddenly appeared. Bio looked down at the brightly glowing circle beneath him, a look of suspicion on his face. "What are you doing?" Before he could understand what was happening, the ground violently shook. A gigantic, majestic dragon slowly emerged from the magic circle. Its entire body was engulfed in blazing flames, radiating intense heat. The dragon advanced towards Bio, its overwhelming presence causing the air to thicken. Belle gasped in horror. A salamander. As if answering her terrified cry, the beast roared, shaking the very earth. The roar echoed through the forest, trees toppling and birds scattering in panic. Terrified, the students forgot all thoughts of fighting, fleeing in all directions. Only Belle and Lamb remained, frozen in place, facing the ferocious monster. Lamb's face was pale with terror. The salamander roared again, shaking the very air. It suddenly unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating everything in its path, aiming directly at Belle and Lamb. Lamb stood frozen, screaming in sheer terror. Bio reacted swiftly, immediately pushing Lamb to safety. Simultaneously, he quickly erected a sturdy shield, blocking the intense flames. Lamb cried out his name in joy, as if a hero had just appeared to save her. After the fierce attack ended, Bio stood his ground firmly with the shield in front of him, turned around, and instructed Lamb with a caring voice. quickly leave this place with the others. A big question lingered in Bio's mind, making him wonder, why would a B-rank monster appear here? This is unusual, but instead of worry, a feeling of excitement welled up inside him. Whatever, Bio thought to himself, this might actually be a fun fight. Bio raised his sword high, casting the powerful spell Vanguard Sword. A series of golden swords instantly appeared, floating in midair, as if responding to their master's call. They charged towards the salamander with terrifying speed. Each sharp sword blow continuously slashed into the salamander's body, making it roar in pain. From afar, Roger silently observed the battle. Seeing Bio still fighting back fiercely, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. This bastard is so troublesome. He can summon too. Impossible. And he can use psychic abilities too. Damn it, I have to find a way to eliminate him. Roger continued to plot his sinister plan. If things have come to this, a commanding voice boomed with authority. In a flash, a shadowy figure appeared, kneeling on one knee before him. As you command, Master, the figure replied, a cunning smile playing on their lips. On the other side of the battlefield, Salamander was surrounded. Countless sharp swords controlled by Mio blocked its every escape route. Lamb's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a picture of disbelief. He's overwhelming a B-rank monster. Who is he? Mio raised his hand, let out a loud yell, and vanished. The swords hovering in the air converged at a single point. They were poised to unleash their final attack, finishing off Salamander. But at that critical moment, Park raised his gun and fired without hesitation. I won't allow it. A volley of ice bullets, like frigid arrows, ripped through the air. Mio's deadly attack was intercepted. Mio gritted his teeth in frustration. What the hell? Mio and Lamb turned their heads simultaneously. They saw a man slowly walking towards them. He walked, exclaiming in "Oh my!" Stepping out from the shadows under the trees, he continued his praise. What an incredibly impressive ability. Bio asked, "You're the one controlling that monster, aren't you? What's your true purpose?" Light reflected off his glasses, revealing a terrifyingly dangerous glint. He coldly replied, "Your head." Immediately, Salamander unleashed a fierce burst of flames. Bach simultaneously raised his gun, firing a stream of freezing air. Two streams of energy, one blue and one reddish-orange, collided at terrifying speed. Without hesitation, ice and fire clashed violently. A thick white smoke instantly engulfed the area. Bio observed, wondering, using steam to create a smokescreen? Then he frowned. Quickly, he deployed Archillet, the aura from the skill glowing brightly. But from afar, Park had already raised his gun, slowly aiming directly at him. Too slow. In the sky, giant water droplets began to appear. He raised his hand high, shouting, "Water prison." The large water droplets quickly converged in the air. The number of enemies was overwhelming. The boss adjusted his glasses, a sinister glint in his eyes. "Your sword is sealed, useless." Bell gripped his sword tightly. Before him was a dangerous B-rank monster. He and Ram were surrounded, with no escape route. On one side, the ferocious salamander. On another, the freezing Arctic. Above, the water prison loomed. The salamander continued to spew furious flames from afar. He raised his gun, firing relentlessly. Two terrifying forces lunged towards Bell simultaneously. "Damn it," he cursed inwardly. Yet, Bell swiftly used his shield to block the scorching flames. Then, he immediately swung his sword, shattering the incoming ice attack. Having just neutralized the attack, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Facing a B-rank monster and a paladin simultaneously was overwhelming. This is bad. This is completely beyond my capabilities. Ram watched everything from the outside, utter terror rising within her. What should I do? Bell will die, she thought to herself. Suddenly, Ram turned around, and at that moment, a figure caught her eye. From afar, a figure emerged, clutching a strange staff, seemingly controlling some unseen force. Lam immediately recognized him as Roger. He also quickly identified the staff Roger was holding. It was the sacred treasure, passed down through generations of the renowned Linkris family, the legendary summoning staff. Without hesitation, Lam immediately rushed towards Roger. As he ran, he shouted Roger's name. Hearing the call, Roger turned around, a look of surprise on his face. "Oh, it's Lamb?" Lamb stopped in front of Roger, pointing at the staff, his voice urgent and filled with worry. "That's your family heirloom. It's a precious artifact." Before Roger could speak, Lamb shouted, "Stop it right now. Bio is in danger. He needs our help." But Roger seemed indifferent to Lamb's warning. He suddenly raised the staff and struck Lamb in the stomach. Lamb collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. From above, Roger looked down at Lamb with contempt. "Stay down, weakling." A searing pain ripped through Lamb's insides. But what truly pained him, more than anything, was the overwhelming sense of helplessness consuming him. Damn it. Even now, I can't do anything? Why? Painful, humiliating memories surged like a tidal wave, drowning him. The image of his younger self, so weak that a mere flick of the wrist could send him sprawling. A strange man watched him struggle to his feet, his voice dripping with contempt. "You can't even cast a basic spell? Useless. Pathetic." Roger had also humiliated him with cruel words. "Hey, lowly commoner. Trash." Lamb clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage. He gripped his spear, muttering, "Damn it, I won't fall." Lamb used his spear to push himself up, his eyes firm with resolve. Roger turned, looking at Lamb with scrutiny. Suddenly, a moment with Bo, looking at him with eyes full of faith, flashed in his mind. "Don't worry, you have talent. You're strong. As long as you don't give up, don't surrender to fate. You have the potential to become the greatest, most powerful paladin." He clenched his teeth, determination etched on his face. It was the first time in his life he'd heard such powerful words of encouragement. A hot tear rolled down his cheek. "I won't let Bo die. I have to save him," he told himself. Roger glanced at Lamb, contempt and disdain in his eyes. "Impossible," he exclaimed. You dare challenge me?" He showed utter disregard for someone as weak as Lamb. But Lamb responded with a calm, yet firm voice. "Silence. Don't presume to judge my worth without my permission." With that, he gripped his spear tightly. Blue lightning crackled along the spear's shaft. The spear blazed with a brilliant light. Beneath his feet, a magnificent magic circle appeared, glowing brightly. Roger seemed to falter before this unexpected power. Enraged, he roared, "Don't be so arrogant. You think you could defeat me with such paltry magic?" Lamb stood there, his expression calm, as if nothing had happened. For a moment, Roger was speechless, completely stunned. He raised his battle axe high, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Roger charged forward furiously, swinging his axe down, a fiery red streak tearing through the air. He roared in rage. "Damn it. You must die, you piece of trash." By now, Lamb was ready to fight, his stance firm. He thrust his sharp spear forward, easily deflecting Roger's ferocious attack. In a blink of an eye, Lamb's spear pierced through Roger's protective shield, shattering it into hundreds of pieces. Witnessing this, Roger was utterly shocked, speechless. Lamb calmly pointed his spear at Roger, his eyes cold. "You're the real piece of trash," he said calmly. Roger flew into a rage, roaring furiously, preparing to attack again. "You damn brat," he gritted his teeth. He tightened his grip on his weapon, charging straight at Lamb. In an instant, Lamb, quick as lightning, swung his spear forward. In a flash, he stopped the sharp axe hurtling towards him with terrifying speed. Roger froze, his face etched with astonishment. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. It felt like a bizarre dream. Impossible. How could Lamb grip his spear so tightly and with a single move shatter his weapon into hundreds of pieces? Roger collapsed, his knees hitting the ground. Fear consumed him, rendering him speechless. Roger's arrogant, haughty expression vanished, replaced by a pale face filled with terror. "Impossible. I am a noble imperial knight. How could a lowly count like him seal and extinguish my sacred flame?" Lamb spoke calmly, his voice even. "Strange, I used to be so afraid of you." Suddenly, Lamb bent down, looking directly into Roger's eyes. "But now, I feel no fear at all." He stood up straight, extending a hand towards Roger, and said in a stern voice, "Hand over the summoning chief." Roger stammered, bewildered. "Wait, dude, do you know what you're doing?" He snarled, threateningly. "My family descends from a noble count. With a single word, I can have your entire family annihilated, reduced to ashes. Lamb's eye spear suddenly shot forward, swift as lightning. Utterly terrified by the horrifying sight, he shrieked. Lamb calmly sat down in front of Roger. His voice clear and steady. Hand it over. Roger was stunned, then utterly horrified, as he watched his legs gradually being encased in ice, turning stiff. He trembled, helplessly accepting. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'll give you the staff." Roger pleaded with Lamb in desperation. Please spare my life. I swear I'll never do anything evil again." With that, he hastily offered the staff to Lamb. Lamb took the staff, gripping it tightly. He coldly declared, "Good. From now on, don't let me see your face again or go anywhere near Bo." Roger immediately agreed, his promise firm as a rock. Lamb finally breathed a sigh of relief, an unexpected lightness filling him. Suddenly, a sinister smile spread across Roger's face, his eyes glinting with malice. He slowly reached towards the chain, his hand aiming for the spike ball. The spike ball and chain pulsed with immense, terrifying power. It shot towards Lamb's back with lightning speed. Roger roared, triumph contorting his features. "Fool, you fell for it." Lamb instantly sensed the imminent danger. He quickly slammed his spear into the ground, creating a solid, impenetrable wall of ice behind him. The sneak attack was completely blocked. Roger's eyes widened in shock as Lamb calmly retorted, "Unfortunately for you." The mark on his spear glowed brightly. He pulled the spear from the ground. Lamb focused all his strength, encasing half of Roger's body in thick ice. Roger screamed in terror, his voice a desperate plea. "Stop! No!" Suddenly, the salamander roared in pain, a heart-wrenching cry echoing through the air. Confusion washed over Lamb, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Therefore, the salamander species is gradually becoming extinct. Back worriedly called out Roger's name. Lamb pointed a sharp spear directly at Roger, his eyes cold as ice. Back couldn't contain his rage. He raised his gun, roughly loading a bullet. "Kill that damn civilian," Back roared. Suddenly, dazzling lights from thin air rushed towards Back. It was Bell who attacked, swift as lightning. He spoke sternly. "Are you really so free that you can be distracted?" Lamb quickly tied Roger's hands with a rope. Bo observed them both, then slowly said, "I understand now. So that's how it is. Roger is the mastermind behind everything. It seems he wants me gone from this world. Too bad for him." Bo's face turned cold and serious. "He could never defeat me in a one-on-one fight." Back furiously pointed his gun at Bo, rage burning in his eyes. He dodged the bullet from Back's gun with incredible speed, agile and nimble like a squirrel. Witnessing that incredible power, Book unconsciously recoiled, his face etched with astonishment. Bo sternly questioned, his tone commanding. "You're just a lowly B rank, aren't you?" Bo struck Book hard on the head with the pommel of his sword. Clutching his head, he cried out in pain, rubbing the wound. "Damn it, the power gap between us is too huge," Book exclaimed bitterly. Bo calmly replied, seemingly unconcerned by Book's complaint. "Then I'll hand you over to the warden." Boss pushed his glasses up, lost in thought. "If it's come to this, I'll use my last resort." Finishing his words, Park suddenly slammed his head down before Bo. "Please have mercy. I beg you, spare me." Bo stared at him in bewilderment. Park hurriedly continued, "I was only following Roger's orders." Hung Bo sighed in resignation. "I understand. Indeed. Going against a noble's orders isn't easy." Book glanced at him with a sinister look, thinking to himself, "I've got you. He's just a kid, after all. If I attack him when he's off guard." Bo calmly replied, "Fine, I'll spare you." Park smirked, a calculating glint in his eyes. "Thanks," he said. As soon as he finished speaking, Bo raised a spear. "Just kidding." Park was completely caught off guard. He froze, staring blankly at the spear pointed at his head. Park collapsed. Bo looked down at Park, a triumphant tone in his voice. "I knew you were up to something." Lamb and Roger rushed over, Lamb asking Bo frantically, "Are you okay?" Bo replied cheerfully, "I'm fine, thanks, Lamb." Bo clenched his fist and held it out to Lamb. "I think you saved me." Lamb smiled back. "You helped me out too, after all," she said. They bumped fists, smiling. Just then, other students came running from the forest. "I saw it, Belle. Thank you so much for saving us." Someone in the crowd beamed, praising him. Defeating a B-rank knight is an extraordinary feat, Bo humbly replied. It was nothing special, just luck. Another voice from the crowd countered Bo. That wasn't luck, that was true skill. And more than that, the voice trailed off meaningfully. A wave of unease and worry suddenly washed over everyone. That night, he was Roger's ally, wasn't he? Someone spoke up, suspicion lacing their voice. Then, that monster earlier must have been in cahoots with him, too, another added, their voice trembling. Roger is such a bastard. A curse rang out, filled with anger. Roger tried to maintain a calm facade, pretending nothing was wrong. He avoided the probing, suspicious gazes of those around him. The crowd continued to sing Lamb's praises, the hero who had just appeared. You're incredibly strong. To defeat Roger so spectacularly. One of them curiously asked Lamb, so, have you always possessed such extraordinary power? Lamb modestly replied, thank you, everyone. I just did what I had to do. Bo smiled enigmatically, thinking to himself, as expected of the Avenger Knight, at this very moment. From a high branch nearby, CFA watched silently. She had witnessed the entire event unfold. A slight smile played on her lips as she murmured, I see. Bo's sacred weapon is truly extraordinary, she marveled. The scene shifted to the front of a magnificent, imposing castle. Lamb and Bo walked and talked together. It seems Rogers will receive a fitting punishment, Lamb said. Yes, Lamb sighed in relief. Now we can rest easy. As they walked forward, they unexpectedly encountered Sinfa. Hey, Bo, she called out. Bo looked at her in surprise. This girl is, if I remember correctly, her name is Sinfa, he thought to himself. What is it? Bo replied. You're Avalon, aren't you? Sinfa asked in return. Your sacred weapon. She continued with a smug look. Bo was taken aback by Sinfa's words. She continued to probe. It's a sacred weapon of ancient heroes, isn't it? How does she know about Avatar? Bo wondered silently. Lamb, unable to contain his curiosity, blurted out, Huh? Avatar. Shinfa observed their innocent expressions and spoke. That look on your face is exactly right. So what? He retorted. Deep down, he understood. She was the first to know the secret of the Avatar, or her true motives. What was her goal? A cunning, smug look spread across her face as she spoke. Haha, isn't it obvious? Bell's guard went up after that cryptic remark, but he never expected that Shinfa would suddenly clasp her hands together, drop to her knees, and plead desperately, Please, let me see the Avatar, please. Bell, stunned by the sudden turn of events, asked, What are you talking about? I've always admired it. The ultimate sword sheath, carrying the sacred spirit of the hero. Please, I beg you, just let me see it once. Bo seemed unconcerned, calmly taking out the sacred treasure, only to show her with no other intention. The moment Bo presented the sacred treasure, the girl's expression immediately transformed, brightening with excitement. She accepted the treasure with overwhelming joy, exclaiming, I can't believe it. It's real. Curious about her reaction, Bo asked, Where have you heard about this scabbard before? Sifa didn't hide anything, answering frankly. I heard about it in an ancient legend, passed down from my mother's side of the family. The legend tells of a valiant hero who conquered lands with various weapons, and his extraordinary strength was bestowed upon him by this magical scabbard. Bo pondered over Sifa's words. I think, he said, it's possible that a previous owner of this scabbard had some connection to your ancestors. Lamb spoke up. I don't quite understand. But that fearsome weapon you're holding must be an extraordinary treasure. Bo replied shortly. Yeah, maybe. Grateful for Bo's sharing, the girl hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Bo. You've made one of my long-held dreams come true. Let me get you something to show my gratitude. Let's go out for a stroll. Bo replied, Go out. Allow me to suggest a wonderful place. There's a charming cafe in this town. Should we invite Lamb to come along? Lamb beamed, agreeing instantly. Sounds fun. Let's go, Bo. He paused in thought for a moment, then spoke. A cafe? Or, how about we take a walk around town? A little sightseeing. The three friends chatted happily, laughing as they walked, but none of them noticed a shadowy figure stealthily following them. A mysterious gaze followed their every move. They arrived at a place with a beautiful view, the air fresh and open. From inside the cafe, a delighted voice exclaimed, Wow, this is delicious. Sarah appeared unexpectedly. She was enjoying some sweet pastries at the counter. The four friends gathered together, chatting warmly in the cozy atmosphere. Bo smiled gently, replying, I'm glad you like it too. Sifa exclaimed, but I'm really surprised. I never would have guessed. That Bo had such a cute little sister. She reached out a finger, poking Zira's adorable dimple. Zira playfully responded, Stop teasing me, Sifa. Bo took a sip of coffee, smiling happily as he watched the two girls interact. He thought to himself, it's so great to see Zira this happy. And to be honest, I'm really happy too. I've never had the chance to experience a real school life like this. In my past life. Suddenly, Sifa stood up, her voice rising. Everyone, attention please. She took out her instrument and suggested, Since we're all here, how about I play a song? Bo raised his coffee cup to his lips, taking a small sip. He pondered, a performance with a weapon? I wonder what it'll sound like. Let's wait and see. She began her performance. Everyone imagined it would be a fantastic, dazzling show, but unexpectedly, it was horribly bad. The sip of coffee her friend just took before it could even go down his throat was suddenly spat out. He exclaimed, Oh my God, that was terrible. The girl, still smiling brightly, said, Haha, sorry, but it was fun, right? Those around them laughed loudly. That was hilarious. Play some more. The girl excitedly replied, All right, leave it to me. She pointed at her friend. Hey, Lamb, you should sing a song too. Lamb started to panic. Me? Finally, the two of them played a song together. The atmosphere became more lively and exciting than ever before. Even Sarah exclaimed, That was so much fun, brother. That was fun. Watching the two of them singing and playing, everyone felt incredibly delighted. It was wonderful that they had become his first true friends. Bell Beauty Shop, door chime. The party ended, and the four of them left the restaurant together. They strolled along, chatting excitedly, the air filled with joy. That was so much fun. Sifa excitedly suggested to Sarah, Hey, why don't we go shopping for a bit? I want to help Sarah pick out some new clothes. Bo asked in surprise, What? If you're choosing clothes for Sarah, I want to come too. Sifa immediately objected. No way. Boys have to wait outside. We'll pick out some things. Cute and surprising for you, okay? Bo's face clearly showed his displeasure. And so, the two girls happily went off shopping. Ram reluctantly became the comforter for his sulking friend. How about we wait at a different shop, he suggested. Sifa replied, Okay. If anything happens, call me right away. On the way, Sifa took the opportunity to ask Bo. He's such a great older brother, isn't he? Sarah, curious, asked Sifa, Do you have any siblings? Sifa lowered her voice, replying curtly, No, I don't. Suddenly, a figure approached the two girls. I've finally found you, Sifa, he said. I've finally found you, Sifa. Sarah asked in surprise, Sifa, do you know him? Sifa's expression turned serious as she said the name of the person standing before them. Yvain, he's a member of the student council. Yvain responded to Sifa's introduction. Such a cold introduction? We're half-brothers, after all. You enrolled without even greeting me first. Sifa stepped in front of Sarah and said bluntly, I don't consider you my brother. What do you want? Yvain replied coldly. No need for pleasantries. I'm here to summon you for training. He put on an intimidating expression and said, Your fearsome weapon, if properly honed, one day, it will be very useful to me. Sifa stood her ground, shouting, Again, this is ridiculous. I made it clear I will not participate in this war. Yvain started rolling up his sleeves, irritation evident. Clearly annoyed, he retorted, Why are you so stubborn, so troublesome? It seems I'll have to use force to bring you along. As he finished speaking, he reached out towards the two of them. Yvain's hand appeared, veiny and menacing. The blue veins pulsed and throbbed, a terrifying sight. In the center of his palm, a small drop of blood appeared ominously. Suddenly, the drop of blood on his hand exploded. Sarah screamed in terror. Yvain remained motionless, his face an icy mask devoid of emotion. At that moment, a crimson sphere of blood formed in his hand, radiating intense, killing intent. Sifa recognized the terrifying power. She knew she couldn't possibly fight against it. A horrifying weapon created from his own blood. She yelled, Mary, come here. Yvain coldly replied, Your bodyguard is already down. Subconsciously, her gaze shifted towards the bodyguard. As expected, he was down. Sifa's eyes widened in disbelief and horror. With that, he launched sharp, blood-red projectiles towards her. Sifa bravely stepped in front of Sarah, shielding her. She yelled, "Sarah, run! It's dangerous!" Her fingers danced across the strings of her instrument. Instantly, an energy shield materialized, blocking the attack. "Hurry, run. Understand?" she urged. Evelyn clearly wasn't going to let them escape. It'll be troublesome if she calls for help, he thought. He then fired a blood-red beam with terrifying speed. It aimed directly at the terrified Sarah. Sifa couldn't react in time. Without hesitation, she shielded Sarah with her own body. A cry of pain escaped her lips as the attack hit. She collapsed, her body drained of strength. "Foolish little sister, why would you protect that child? But now, you can't define me anymore." With that, he turned toward Xingfa and unleashed a vicious attack. Crimson tendrils of blood, like binding ropes, quickly wrapped around Xingfa. She was easily restrained and dragged away effortlessly. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Sarah was paralyzed with fear. Xingfa was completely helpless, unable to resist. She had lost consciousness from his attack. Evelyn remained impassive, his expression cold and indifferent as he watched his sister. In desperation, Sarah could only scream for help. "Brother, save Xingfa!" As her cry faded, Bio appeared in the distance, like a flash of lightning. With incredible speed, he swung his sword, severing the blood ropes binding Xingfa. Clearly, Evelyn hadn't anticipated this sudden arrival. Bio swiftly caught the falling Xingfa. Seeing her brother, Sarah cried out joyfully, "Brother!" Bio glared furiously at Evelyn and demanded answers. "What are you doing to my friend?" Remaining calm, Evelyn replied nonchalantly, "You're Xingfa's friend? I've never heard of you. This doesn't concern you. Don't interfere in our family matters." Evelyn continued. Bio quickly turned to Lam, instructing him to protect Xingfa and Sarah. As soon as he finished speaking, Bio rushed forward, ready to plunge into the relentless battle. From thin air, Bio summoned a sharp dagger, coldly declaring, "I'll take care of this guy." Avalon, with an icy expression, retorted, "Are you serious? I really can't understand. What's the benefit of protecting Xingfa? What are you planning?" Finishing his words, he launched dozens of sharp blood projectiles towards Bio. Bio moved with incredible speed, his movements as agile as a weaver's shuttle. All the terrifying blood projectiles were blocked and cleanly severed. Avalon was astonished, thinking to himself, "Unbelievable, he dodged them." Bio rushed forward, shouting, "Helping friends is a matter of course." He swung his dagger down hard. But Avalon managed to create a solid shield in time, blocking the attack. He looked at Bio, his eyes scrutinizing, then said, "What a pity." Bio gritted his teeth, staring at Avalon's blood shield. A blood shield? He quickly retreated. It seems that even the Holy Vanguard sword is useless in a close-range battle like this. I can't waste magic power. Without hesitation, Ivia immediately counterattacked, although his attack was lightning fast. Bell dodged it just in time. Frustrated by his opponent's persistence, Ivia began to unleash his full power. "You're such a nuisance. It seems I have to finish you off now." A barrage of blood bullets shot out like a storm, hurtling towards Bell. Bell quickly pulled out from his spatial pouch a pistol. He gripped the gun tightly, ready to fight. Ivia, he thought to himself, second sacred treasure? Could it be? He suddenly realized something. This guy is no ordinary opponent. Without hesitation, Bell immediately pulled the trigger. Powerful energy surges erupted from the gun's muzzle. The two earth-shattering attacks collided. A deafening explosion roared. However, both of them seemed unharmed. Ivia frowned, his face contorted in annoyance. You blocked all of my blood bullets? How did you?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "This is truly troublesome." Ivia raised his hand, creating an even larger energy sphere than before, always ready to attack at any moment. They suddenly merged, forming a massive column of blood. He spoke with unwavering confidence. "But this battle will end with my next move." Hearing that, he immediately retorted, undeterred. His hand gripping his gun tightly, he firmly stated, "That's exactly what I was going to say. Both roared simultaneously, charging at their opponent with overwhelming force. "Take this." Suddenly, a dark figure leaped down from above, laughter echoing. "How interesting." Both men stopped, surprised by the uninvited guest. He landed gracefully, yet with a powerful aura. A large crack appeared on the ground where he landed. He stood up, asking with excitement, "Do you mind if I join in?" Bio was apprehensive, thinking to himself, "This guy, if I remember correctly, is Avalon, a member of the student council." Avalon looked them both over and asked John, "What are you doing here?" Another voice interjected, "Are you wasting your time fighting these brats?" Before everyone's eyes, a petite girl appeared. With relentless mockery, she exclaimed, well, Avalon, how utterly shameful," she sneered. Scoffing, she pointed at Avalon with disdain. "Such a weak, pathetic creature," she emphasized. Avalon withdrew the blood orb, her face a mask of frustration and displeasure. Witnessing this, John couldn't hold back any longer. Hey, if you're gonna fight, give it your all," he exclaimed with fiery passion. "Fight with everything you've got," John asserted. "Now, let me join in. Let's have a real brawl," he excitedly proposed. As soon as he finished speaking, John's entire body glowed with a brilliant aura. An incredible pressure erupted, making the surrounding space tremble. John transformed, donning a massive suit of armor, so huge that it astonished Bio. He thought to himself, "John is incredible, so huge. What terrifying pressure, truly frightening." Bio exclaimed, "Are they targeting Sinfa too?" he wondered. The guild master girl opened her magic book and spoke in a loud voice. "Hey, wait, mind your own business," she shouted. "You muscle-headed gorilla," she cursed. She summoned a magic chain from thin air, radiating dark energy. John was easily bound by her chains. The guild master continued speaking. "We're not here to fight." Bio gritted his teeth, thinking about the woman before him. Her magic power is terrifying. John suddenly stretched, snapping the iron chains, surprising his opponent. He had returned to his original form. Ho-Ho spoke up, addressing Eveline and Albert. "Your student council mission begins now. Embark on a month-long expedition in the Liam Forest." Eveline questioned, "An S-rank mission?" He sighed in exasperation. "This is troublesome, but there's no other way." He left with the others, not forgetting to tell Bio, "I'll be back for you in a month." The guildmaster also said goodbye. "Farewell, weak little one." Bio watched them disappear, feeling uneasy. He vanished shortly after. They were gone. "The student council truly are a bunch of monsters," Sifa called out to Bio. Bio quickly turned around, anxiously observing Sifa's condition. He asked caringly, "Are you all right?" Sifa blushed slightly, embarrassedly replying, "I'm okay." She hesitated for a moment before continuing. "More importantly, I'm really sorry for dragging you into my personal fight." Bio reassured her, "Don't worry about it." Curious, he inquired, "But why are you and your brother in conflict?" A hint of sadness flashed across Sifa's beautiful face. She replied with a melancholic voice, "Because he wants to use me. After graduating and becoming the official heir, he plans to expand his territory by invading unexplored wilderness." Bio asked in surprise, "Unexplored wilderness? Aren't those places filled with ferocious magical beasts?" Sifa explained further. "He believes that his sacred weapon will be of great help in that conquest, but I don't want to be involved in any wars. I came to this academy to train myself, to become stronger, and claim the title of official successor." Hearing this, Bell fell into deep thought. The successor position, just like his own situation. Xingfa hung his head, his voice filled with sadness. "But I couldn't do anything. I was powerless. I didn't even have the strength to touch him. I realized how weak I truly was." Sarah quickly objected. "That's not true, Xingfa. You protected me." Hearing those comforting and loving words, the girl was overwhelmed with happiness. She quickly thanked Xingfa, a bright smile blooming on her lips. Belle stepped closer, agreeing with Sarah. "Even if you could only save one person, you're still strong, Xingfa." The boy smiled brightly, responding to Xingfa's gratitude. He happily returned Xingfa's thanks with a sincere smile. This line seems redundant, since it repeats the previous one. Consider removing or changing it. Bell began to reminisce about his past. "I used to be the same. Before, I couldn't do it. So, be confident, Xingfa. If you feel like you still lack strength, then..." Before Bell could finish, Lamb interrupted. "Yes, I will always be by your side. We'll fight together, side by side." Touched by their sincere words, Sifa exclaimed, "You guys are truly—" Her eyes welled up with tears, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you so much. Thank you from the bottom of my heart." Belle suddenly became pensive, reminiscing before saying, "Actually, if Evelyn had really launched that attack before, I probably wouldn't have survived." "In just 1 month, Evelyn will target Sifa again," Belle worried. "I have to become stronger, strong enough to protect her. I need to awaken my special ability. I have to go see Golden Thread. I have to find another place, a place that can help me become stronger." Belle sat beside Sarah, lost in thought. He pondered how to increase his strength in the short month ahead. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. To unlock a B rank ability requires permission, approval from previous generations. I have to go back to that space again. There's no other way. And then he cradled the scabbard in his hands, letting himself fall into the silent void. Slowly, he raised the scabbard to his forehead. Suddenly, an ethereal emerald light enveloped the surroundings. The gate to the divine consciousness, the door to spiritual potential, opened. He saw his predecessors, the heroes who came before him, appear before his eyes. They had been waiting for him for a long time, as if they had foreseen his arrival. The 6th generation stepped into that sacred space, the space of inheritance and power. He respectfully greeted the predecessors of previous generations. "It's been a long time, esteemed predecessors." Belle didn't finish his sentence. "I have a request." Immediately, Ray-Van interrupted him, because he clearly understood what Belle longed for, the power he was seeking. "Say no more." Ray-Van quickly interjected. "You want to unlock your potential, awaken your special ability, right? We witnessed your recent battle." Sat-Lot spoke, his voice calm. "That azure chi was quite troublesome, wasn't it?" Rigus replied, "Indeed. Before impaling themselves on the spear, they can change their form at will." The 5 predecessors fell in a deep thought. Like Avalon. Everyone's faces grew serious, etched with worry. A heavy, tense atmosphere settled over them. Ryuan broke the oppressive silence. "Regardless, we just need to burn that thing to the ground." Belle agreed, quickly responding, "I think so too, Ryuan. Please grant me the B rank ability. I need it for the upcoming rematch." Ryuan cheerfully agreed. "Of course." Belle hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Before Ryuan could finish, he flicked Belle hard on the forehead. Belle clutched his head, wincing in pain. A senior from afar spoke up. "Don't tease him." He explained, "Well, as you know, that ability consumes a lot of magical power because the flames are incredibly strong. With your current magical power, you'll collapse immediately after using it." Belle said resolutely, "But without that power," Reuven calmly reassured. "Calm down, B.O. I have a requirement for you before the upcoming rematch. Every day, you must fire 300 fire bullets with this gun. Then, I will grant you an extraordinary ability." B.O.'s face turned serious, his brow furrowed in thought. "What, 300 shots a day with this gun?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "That's completely impossible with my current strength. Even 100 shots a day is already my limit." Reuven scratched his head, seemingly unconcerned with B.O.'s complaint. "I won't listen to any more complaints. Once you complete the requirement, come back to me." Reuven snapped his fingers with a magical flourish. Before B.O. could say anything more, he was teleported out of the mysterious space. He thought to himself, "That sly old man." B.O. sat down, pondering Reuven's words. 300 shots a day for a month before the rematch. In other words, he wants me to triple my current magic power. B.O. began to panic, doubting his own abilities. Is that even possible? Can it really be done? Inside the vast mental landscape, the predecessors were in a heated discussion with Doe. Van Rugus spoke first. "That condition is absurd, completely unrealistic." Carlos agreed with Van Rugus's opinion. "Indeed, there's no way that could happen. How can he possibly triple his magic power in just 1 short month?" Vivian panicked, flustered. "Oh dear, don't come near me like that. Please keep your distance." He suddenly changed his mind, that's all. It was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. Let's wait and see. Let's patiently observe what happens. Anyway, if he can't fulfill that condition, he won't be able to win. The scene shifted to a dense, gloomy forest. Deafening gunshots echoed all around. It was the sound of Bel's gun reverberating through the forest. He was diligently training without rest. He was hunting goblins to hone his strength and enhance his abilities. The weak goblins were no match for Bel's overwhelming power. They fell one after another before his sacred weapon, without any resistance. Bel's face was etched with exhaustion, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he let out a long sigh. It seems the only way to increase my magic power is to continuously hunt monsters. I'll hunt any creature I can, he muttered to himself. Sifa and Ram will be amazed by this newfound strength. Bel, you're truly extraordinary. So strong without even using a sword? Unbelievable. I've repaid your kindness in full. Because you both didn't hesitate to accompany me to the forest on the outskirts of town. Sifa spoke up, her voice laced with a hint of protest. No way. I have to become stronger to defeat that hateful brother of mine. Her face was filled with determination as she grabbed Ram's hand and started walking. Let's go too. He replied, yeah, I also yearn to become stronger. They both picked up their pace, heading deeper into the dense forest. Bel watched their retreating figures, a warm smile gracing his lips. For his close friends, we're also striving tirelessly every day to gain strength. Then he softly said, all right, I have to push myself harder. I can't stop here. After hours of relentless fighting against the ferocious ogres, he finally reached his limit, just as he had anticipated. After about 100 spells a day, his mana was almost completely depleted, leaving only a faint trace. I managed to take down a few ogres, but the mana I absorbed barely replenished a fraction of what I lost. B.O. pondered, his gaze fixed on the gun in his hand. But how? In such a short amount of time, can I fire 300 bullets every day? It's impossible. He looked ahead, his expression filled with determination. At this rate, I'm not strong enough. I haven't reached the necessary level. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion ripped through the silent air. B.O. jolted, startled, and turned towards the source of the sound. Terrified, he gripped the hilt of his sword and rushed towards it. As he ran, he exclaimed worriedly, that roar wasn't just one orc. Could it be? Sifa and the others are in danger. I have to hurry. B.O. quickly reached their location. Bel's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him, a colossal snail lying motionless on the ground. Sifa and Lamb stood nearby, joyfully celebrating their glorious victory. They high-fived each other excitedly, sharing the thrill of their triumph. Seeing Bel approach, Sifa eagerly boasted about their accomplishment. She beamed. Bel, you did great. Bel couldn't believe his eyes, astonishment evident in his voice. You too actually defeated this monster? That's right. Sifa replied brightly, a proud smile gracing her lips. Aren't we amazing? Bel thought to himself, his face still filled with disbelief. Ready OG is a high-ranking OG, a true C-rank monster, a genuine C-rank. I thought you two were only D-rank. Lamb added, explaining to Bel. We couldn't have one in a direct confrontation, so we had to use a bit of strategy. I used Corsetus to trap the monster in thick layers of ice. Then, Sifa delivered the decisive blow. She cleverly used the ice walls to reflect the sound, amplifying the power of the sonic waves. CFA exclaimed excitedly, awesome, that was so cool, right? Immediately after, both of them raised their sacred weapons high, touching them together like a victorious ritual. We coordinated so well, CFA said proudly. B.O. was stunned, his face etched with astonishment. So that's it. That was a combined attack between the two of us, CFA explained. Suddenly, it dawned on B.O. as if he had grasped something crucial. Coordinate? He muttered. B.O. clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with determination. I get it. I figured out how to continuously fire bullets, he exclaimed excitedly. Just as he finished speaking, a horde of ferocious demons suddenly appeared, swarming in like a tidal wave. Their terrifying roars echoed, as if trying to tear the sky apart. Everyone was horrified, their eyes wide as they watched the approaching monster army. What? A whole pack of Ready OG, someone exclaimed in fear. What do we do now? Another voice trembled. We've been fighting nonstop since morning. Our magic is almost depleted, CFA said worriedly. But B.O. gave a confident smile, full of hope. Don't worry. He bravely stepped forward towards the horde of monsters, his voice firm. I still have the strength to fight, B.O. declared. After a period of intense fighting, All the ferocious monsters were completely defeated by Bio. Lamb, after a fierce battle, Bio defeated all the aggressive snails. Lamb exclaimed in astonishment. Unbelievable. Did he really defeat all of them by himself? Xi and Far replied with an agreeing look. Yeah, it did. But where did he rush off to? He seemed really urgent. She pointed towards the dense forest. Just now, I think I heard him say he had something important to do. Inside the vast spiritual space, Bio unexpectedly met the fifth predecessor. The predecessor spoke in surprise. I didn't expect you to return so soon. He curiously inquired, what happened? Is there a problem? Don't tell me you're planning to change the mission conditions. Bio firmly replied, no need. I've completed the mission. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide with astonishment. You finished it? Sorit couldn't hide his surprised expression, asking again. Impossible. You completed that impossible mission? In just one day? Evan looked skeptical. Hey, are you kidding me? Absolutely not. You can't possibly finish that in just one day. Bio calmly retorted, his tone challenging. Want to test the truth of my words? Raven didn't want to push him any further. He agreed to a compromise. Fine, prove your abilities in a real battle. Clearly, Bio was extremely confident in his own abilities. He boldly declared, let me witness firsthand. If you can fight and fire 300 shots at the same time, you're allowed to use other divine weapons too. Raven added a provocation. Or, are you afraid to face me? Bio was incredibly steadfast in his words and his own strength. He had absolute faith in himself. No, I'm not afraid at all. The two quickly entered the arena. Raven turned to the others and instructed, just give the signal to start. Old Rygus was chosen as the main referee for this match. Both fighters were highly focused, warily observing each other. Old Rygus shouted, begin. Bio immediately drew his divine weapon gun. Bell took a fighting stance. But Reuven was a step ahead, moving with lightning speed. He drew his powerful sacred weapon and immediately pulled the trigger. The bullet flew with terrifying speed, leaving Bell no time to react. It pierced his neck, a critical hit. Reuven laughed triumphantly, taunting. Too slow. Bell cautiously observed his opponent, his eyes sharp, just as Ragnarok had predicted. This guy was much faster than him. Before that thought could finish, Reuven fired another flaming bullet. What the? Bell exclaimed in astonishment. This time, Bell managed to dodge in time. I won't lose, he thought to himself. The two projectiles collided brilliantly, creating earth-shattering explosions that echoed through the space. Reuven let out a small grunt, seemingly amused. The onlookers around them marveled. Bell, you're doing great. Now I understand why he took such great pains to train him. Old Rygus added with satisfaction, his voice full of pride. He truly is my best student, my pride and joy. But Hollow suddenly spoke up, interrupting their conversation. But I'm afraid the real battle has only just begun. Carlos immediately replied. What's wrong, Hollow? Is there a problem? He hesitated. Oh no. The question is, does Bio have enough strength to keep shooting? Adam spoke up as well, adding to the conversation. Exactly. To match Raven, 100 shots are simply not enough. Bell continuously unleashed a barrage of attacks. But Raven was no pushover. He easily neutralized all of those shots. Explosions echoed, shaking the entire space. After a fierce exchange, Bell was suddenly hit by a stray bullet. Adam quickly assessed. That was the 97th shot. Bell's magic power was weakening. Raven sneered, his eyes full of mockery. What the hell is this? Something's not right. Hurry up and end this pointless charade. A sly smile crept across Bell's lips. Bell began to chant, Archie, come forth. A shield suddenly materialized out of thin air, protecting everyone. Reuven thought, this kid's going to block with a shield? How naive. Bell spun around, shouting a command. Around his gun, winds began to swirl. Magic! Reuven's expression remained cold and unchanged. He's using wind to envelop his gun. Ah, I see. Bell spoke confidently. It's useless. The gun began to charge with energy, then suddenly fired. The two forces collided once more. But this time, Bel had the aid of the raging wind. His power multiplied, completely overwhelming Reuven. Vevin froze, his eyes wide with shock. Adam seriously analyzed a combination of a divine weapon and wind magic. It allows him to fire even when his mana is almost depleted. The tables had turned. Reuven had been hit. Even Rygus couldn't help but praise the ingenious way Bel manipulated the wind generated from his shield. Incredible. I never even considered that possibility. Rygus exclaimed in admiration. Behind them, Carlos watched the spectacle with undisguised excitement, cheering, "Amazing! This is incredible! Go, Bel! Take that old man down!" Carlos roared. Raven suddenly spoke up, a question in his voice. "Hey, Bel, you're a 6th-generation SAO player. Why didn't you use this skill from start?" Bel replied, "Didn't you try to trick me the other day, Ravan?" He spoke with a playful, knowing tone. "This is just a little payback for your prank." Ravan raised his gun, teasing Bel back. "So, you were deliberately hiding your true strength to deceive me, and you succeeded." Ravan laughed heartily. The two continued their fierce gunfight, the air once again filled with a hail of bullets. Rygus cheered, "Excellent. The battle is evenly matched now." After a fierce exchange of blows and cunning maneuvers, Ravan was hit once again. Hollow noticed that Ravan's magic power was dwindling. Bel seized the opportunity, increasing the pressure and attacking relentlessly. Finally, Ravan was forced to move, seeking to escape the disadvantageous position. Bo knew he had to corner Davan, force him to end the fight quickly. But to his surprise, Davan effortlessly navigated through the hail of bullets. He wouldn't allow Davan the chance to disappear into the flames. This unexpected turn of events was completely beyond Bo's prediction. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Impossible!" He cloaked himself in the fire. Bo frantically searched for Davan's silhouette within the raging inferno. Where is he shooting from? Bo wondered. Before he could even process the thought, a fatal bullet pierced his back. Clutching his wound, Bo tried to deduce. From the right, Davan seemed to meld with the flames, becoming invisible. Bo's voice weakened, filled with frustration. Damn it, wrong again. Another bullet tore through him. Bo could only see Davan moving with blinding speed, quick as a squirrel. The bullets aimed at him were relentless. "I'll keep wearing you down, pushing you to your limit," Davan thought to himself. Bo struggled to remain calm, desperately searching for a way out of this perilous situation. "You bastard," he gritted his teeth. He roared, "Disperse." A sudden gust of wind surged, swirling violently. The raging flames gradually began to die down, forcing Raven to reveal his position. Frustrated, he let out a string of curses. Seeing his chance, Bo seized the opportunity and immediately attacked Raven. But surprisingly, before the bullet could leave the barrel, the strong wind surrounding Raven suddenly vanished. Bo stared at the gun in his hand, cold sweat dripping down his face, feeling uneasy. Carlos exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment at the sudden disappearance of the wind. "The wind? It's gone. Could it be? His magic power has run out." Despite their exhaustion, both were determined to launch one final attack. Raven confirmed, his voice weak, "Yes, I'm out of ammo." The last two bullets collided mid-air, creating a small explosion, resulting in a stalemate. Exhausted, Raven collapsed to the ground. He groaned in pain. "My magic power is completely depleted." Bo still gripped his gun tightly, his expression wary. Adam exclaimed in admiration, "The 301st shot. Impressive." Now, he could finally relax, collapsing onto the floor. He thought to himself, "Just enough. I won." Raven approached, leaned down, and said in a low voice, "You passed the test, 6th generation." He extended his hand and pulled him up. In the end, Revenger didn't reject him. "I grant you permission to unlock your special ability." Revenger extended a hand, pulling Bell up from the ground. Bell responded joyfully, "Yes, thank you." In his hand, he held the gun firmly. Gripping his weapon, a surge of confidence filled Bell's mind. He thought to himself, "With this power, I can definitely defeat him." Revenger extended his hand towards Bell and said, "I have taken something from him. Make sure you win." 6th generation. Bell responded with a firm handshake, a silent promise. Several days later, in a dense forest, two figures darted past each other. Bell, having just taken down a monster, breathed a sigh of relief. All right, a satisfied smile spread across his lips. I've got my groove back. The feeling of mastering my own power. From afar, Ram and Sifa approached. Both were utterly astonished by the power Bell had just displayed. Ram asked, Bell, just now, was that your special ability? Sifa exclaimed in amazement. That was incredible. I wish I could use a special ability too. Do you have any secrets to unlocking that power? Bio immediately answered her. Not really. I think I just need to keep defeating monsters to increase my magic power, CFA said in a disappointed tone. Oh, how boring. But right after that, he suddenly remembered something and spoke up. But I do know a few exercises to cultivate magic power. I practice them every day. Hearing that, she became happy and excited again. Really? Teach me. Bio closed his eyes and sat down. This is a method I learned from my master. But first, sit down and cross your legs. Then close your eyes. Put your hands together in front of your chest. Next, form a hand seal in front of your chest. This is the most advantageous position to regulate the flow of magic power. Bio meditated on the grass. His expression became calm and highly focused. If you meditate for an hour each day, magical energy will circulate throughout your body, and your magical abilities will improve at an incredible rate. Right now, a gentle blue aura is emanating from you, not overly dazzling, but possessing an indescribable mystique and allure. He continued to explain. Furthermore, meditation is a training method to control and refine the flow of magical power. It will help you unlock your potential strength, making it easier to utilize your abilities in combat. Xingfa exclaimed excitedly. Oh, I see. That's fascinating. I'll try it too. Lam quickly followed suit. Me too. I want to try it as well. Both of them immediately sat down, closed their eyes, and placed their hands in front of their chests, carefully following Bio's instructions. All three were meditating, striving to improve their abilities. Meanwhile, Bio thought to himself, this method won't yield immediate results, but with persistent practice, your power development speed will significantly improve. Both Xingfa and Lam began to emanate mystical glows around their bodies. Each individual possesses a unique shade, a color that is entirely their own. Bio was still reeling from the shock of the spectacle he had just witnessed. Just now, I definitely felt a surge of potent magical power, he thought to himself. His eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze becoming sharp and inquisitive. It's too early to determine the outcome for those two. Could their growth rate be this abnormally fast? However, in just a moment, Bio refocused on honing his own magical power. I can't allow myself to be left behind. I must concentrate on meditation with absolute seriousness. The light surrounding Bio grew increasingly brighter, radiating a brilliant aura as he silently calculated. This will also help me prepare for that secret trump card. 5 days later, at Sifa, Lam and Bio joined forces to confront a gigantic orange monster. And for the next 10 days, the deafening clash of sword and spear echoed throughout the space, piercingly loud. They supported each other, honing their combat skills together. For the next 20 days, they all diligently trained, honing their magical abilities. Finally, 30 days passed. In the distance, two unfamiliar figures appeared, approaching them. All three stood still, observing the arrival of the two. Bio breathed a sigh of relief. They're finally here. The two mysterious men were Git and Evelyn. Bio stepped forward, shielding Sifa and Lam. He solemnly greeted the newcomers. It's been a while. Sifa silently observed the two newcomers, her eyes filled with suspicion. Anger was evident on her face. Her eyebrows furrowed, expressing her displeasure. Evelyn ordered Git, take Sifa with you. I'll take care of this annoying brat. Git replied seriously, understood. Sifa was indignant, her eyes wide. She shouted with resentment. Don't you dare decide that. I will never listen to you. She tightened her grip on the harp in her hands. Her body tensed, ready to fight at any moment. She quickly summoned her weapon, unleashing the magic within. Blinding flashes of light erupted, energy surging towards Gift and Eveline. Lam immediately joined the fight, relentlessly attacking Gift. He launched a critical strike. But Gift effortlessly deflected the powerful blow. Lamb's expression hardened with resolve. He declared to Gift, "I will never let you take Xingfa." Meanwhile, Bell was facing Eveline in a tense battle. He said sternly, "Let's settle this between us." With suspicion in his voice, Bell questioned, "But first, tell me something. You're planning to use Xingfa for this senseless war, aren't you? What exactly are you forcing her to do?" Eveline replied curtly, "It's simple. Her divine weapon is a special treasure, passed down from her mother's side of the family." His voice turned cold, his eyes sharp as knives. "It's an A-rank ability, capable of manipulating minds through sound. We just need to capture her. Then, using Sifa's special ability, we'll transform people into mindless fighting machines. This war will become much easier." A horrifying scene unfolded with each of Evlane's words. Sifa, clutching her beloved harp, stood defiantly before a group cloaked in black, their bodies clad in cold, iron armor. Bio's hands clenched in anger. Do you really think that Sifa will obediently do as you wish?" Evlane replied calmly, his voice devoid of emotion. "I don't care. I'm just using her to achieve a life of comfort and ease." His face was cold and indifferent, his eyes showing no sign of emotion. To him, his little sister was nothing more than a pawn, a tool to be used and manipulated at will. Bio's grip tightened, his cloak fluttering in the wind. He stood tall, facing Evlane, his eyes filled with rage. "Understand," Bio roared, his fury erupting. He grabbed his firearm, ready to fight. "A lowly being like you doesn't even deserve to be her brother." Evla rolled up her sleeves, a confident and proud look on her face, and said, "No matter how enraged you are, that gun won't help you defeat me." Bell smiled confidently with a hint of provocation. His eyes flashed with determination and resolve. He held the gun, placed it against his chest, and replied, "All right, let's see." Angela's pupils suddenly constricted, completely surprised by Bell's action. His finger touched the trigger, tightened, and pulled. He shouted, "Ranarok, activate." The gun fired a blinding spark, aimed straight at his heart. A flame erupted, gradually engulfing his heart. Magical flames pierced his heart, spreading throughout his body and beginning to control it. Bell felt his entire body burning, engulfed in soul-scorching flames. Bell's body was immersed in a sea of fire. His hair turned crimson red. His left hand on his chest, his right hand clenched tight, a display of unwavering resolve. Ivyarin, with an indifferent, cold expression, spoke. "A special SAO ability? How troublesome." Flames erupted, engulfing Bell's entire body, transforming into a pair of gigantic, majestic fiery wings. Bending slightly to gather momentum, he roared, "I'm coming." Instantly, Bell shot forward with terrifying speed. His entire being was like a brilliant fireball, scorching the space around him. Facing this fierce attack, Ivian clicked his tongue, his annoyance clearly visible. Hesitating for a moment, he launched his counterattack. Crimson blood tendrils shot forward from all directions. Bell charged forward, his eyes sharp and fearless. He calmly declared, "Useless." Those terrifying blood tendrils, in the blink of an eye, were completely incinerated by his flames. Ivian exclaimed in astonishment, You vaporized blood with SAO?" Bell's eyes blazed with fire. With a confident smile tinged with pride, he replied, "Burn to ashes." With a ferocious roar, he unleashed a powerful punch, his fist engulfed in blazing flames that scorched the surrounding air. Eveline reacted instantly, conjuring a shield of his own blood to block the incoming attack. But Eveline's blood shield proved utterly useless, unable to withstand the terrifying power behind Bio's devastating punch. It shattered into hundreds of fragments, dissolving into the air before the overwhelming force. The fist connected squarely with Eveline's face, horrifically distorting his features, twisting them into an almost unbelievable grotesque. Eveline screamed in agony. The monstrous blow sent Eveline flying several meters. Flames blazed fiercely, engulfing him in a brilliant aura. His sharp, cold eyes locked onto Eveline. A voice rang out, resolute and frigid. "Your blood is useless now. Give up, forget Xingfa, and return to where you belong, Eveline." Eveline remained silent, offering no reply. He braced himself on the ground, struggling to rise. Sharp spines began to erupt from Evelyn's body, transforming him into a hideous, terrifying figure. Ivia's eyes widened in horror. A crimson glow ignited in his eyes, reflecting the surging madness within. Veins bulged on his contorted face as he erupted in a sudden, maniacal laughter. A twisted, grotesque smile that sent chills down one's spine. Ivane's hands clenched with immense force. Layers of steel-hard scales enveloped his hands, forming an impenetrable shield. Ivane's face began to contort grotesquely. Sharp, pointed ears, like those of a goblin, sprouted forth. The horn-like scales spread, engulfing Ivane's entire face. Sharp, blood-stained teeth gnashed together. "My blood, it boils," he roared. Jet-black scales, hard as iron, encased his entire body. Like a suit of pitch-black armor, a tail and wings gradually emerged from his back. Two colossal horns, radiating power, sprouted from Ivane's head. His appearance was utterly ferocious and terrifying. Bio stood frozen, stunned by the horrifying transformation. He gasped in terror. What is this? Ivane's entire body has transformed into something else entirely. Blood Dragon. His face was filled with arrogance and bloodlust. Transformed into a half-dragon, with a divine weapon in hand, Ivane's power multiplied. With a B-rank ability, the Blood Dragon could change his form at will. Even his pupils had changed, becoming colder and more terrifying than ever before. Only his killing intent remained, as potent as ever. The unexpected turn of events left Belle feeling awkward and flustered. The pressure weighing down on him was truly bothersome and irritating. Contrary to Belle, Ivia grew even more aggressive and confident. "Enjoy this fleeting pride, for you shall soon regret it." Ivia's hands, with claws sharp as daggers, launched a ferocious attack towards Belle without hesitation. With overwhelming force, as if to crush her opponent, Ivia roared with power. "Blood Dragon, feel the might of the dragon blood flowing through me." Belle's eyes quickly regained their usual firmness and determination. Facing Ivia's lightning-fast attack, Belle immediately retreated to dodge, his mind intensely focused. At that moment, he had only one thought: to find his opponent's critical weakness. Belle's unbelievably agile and nimble movements astonished Ivia. "What's going on? I'm sure I hit him, but was that just an afterimage?" Seizing the opportunity, Belle immediately launched a fierce counterattack. He overwhelmed Ivia with a relentless barrage of attacks. A fierce fire ignited within him. Blazing flames erupted, engulfing Evelyn in an instant. With lightning speed, he soared into the air, creating a safe distance. Ready himself, Belle resolutely activated the devastating blood explosion. A catastrophic explosion, centered on Evelyn, erupted violently. It spread rapidly, instantly, creating a thick cloud of dust, mingling with the blazing flames. The lingering smoke and fire in the air completely obscured the view below. Yet he still stood. Evelyn ascended to Belle's level, his eyes glancing disdainfully down at the remnants of the explosion. He uttered mocking words, deriding his pathetic display, regarding him as nothing more than a small, weak campfire. His entire body remained perfectly protected by his sturdy dragon armor. Not a single scratch. This outcome shocked Belle, filling him with horror. Not a single scorch mark. Evelyn, enraged, lunged forward with a furious roar. "I will tear you to shreds." Belle refused to back down. He needed another way, a new tactic. If fire wouldn't work, he would use his fists, meet Evelyn head-on in hand-to-hand combat. "I will crush you with my bare hands," Belle vowed. They clashed with blinding speed, like lightning strikes. A ferocious impact, earth-shattering. Each swipe of Evelyn's claws carried terrifying force, amplified by the razor-sharp dragon claws. Belle stood firm, letting out a defiant roar. A resounding, courageous bellow. His fiery fist actually pushed back Evelyn's ferocious attack. But overall, Evelyn seemed completely unfazed. He even laughed, mocking Belle. "Is that all?" Belle was stunned, thinking to himself, Completely nullified, the attack dealt no damage. Before he could plan a counterattack or find a way to retaliate, Evelyn's dragon tail launched a sneak attack. With lightning speed, he grabbed Bio's ankle, and with all his might, slammed him to the ground. Bio was thrown to the ground, his body crashing hard. Immediately after, Eveline summoned a massive, powerful energy sphere. He smirked, muttered an incantation, and teleported away, sensing the imminent danger. Bio instantly cast Fireball, launching a fierce counterattack. Two terrifying energies were unleashed simultaneously, colliding violently mid-air, creating a horrifying spectacle. The earth-shattering explosion produced a series of concussive sounds. The explosion echoed, spreading everywhere. After the fierce battle, Bio seemed exhausted. Eveline quickly noticed his opponent's fatigue and taunted him. "You are tenacious, but it seems you've reached your limit." In contrast to Bio's condition, he was still full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue, arrogantly summoning 5 giant energy spheres at once. Bio Thursday, enduring the attacks, cursed inwardly, "This damn bastard." Both sides continued their fierce battle in the air, neither giving an inch. On the ground, Lam and Shifa were cautiously observing Git. Lam quietly said to Shifa, "Shifa, this guy is no ordinary opponent." Shifa immediately understood Lam's meaning. She replied in a low voice, "Yeah, he's very strong. Probably B rank." Without hesitation, Lam resolutely said to Shifa, "Let's take him down." Git just stood silently in the distance, observing his opponent's every move. Lam let out a loud, spirited yell, charging forward with his spear. This was the signal for the upcoming battle. Git quickly raised his staff, ready to meet the attack. Lam's spear slammed into the ground, right in front of where Git was standing. Git was slightly surprised. He intently watched Lam's actions. A giant ice cage formed, tightly encasing Git. Immediately, Lam turned and shouted to Shifa, "Your turn." Following the command, she gracefully leaped into the air, her cherished harp held securely in her hands. Xingfa unleashed a furious barrage of attacks, aiming directly at Gift. Lam was filled with hope, placing all her faith in Xingfa's assault. This combination attack had defeated countless high-level monsters. Its power was undeniable. Xingfa anxiously watched Gift, anticipating the outcome. He repeated to himself, "Just one hit, I will definitely finish him." Seeing the attacks closing in, Gift simply smirked and uttered a single word, "Futile." He slammed his staff into the ground, creating a violent tremor. A bizarre black hole materialized before him, radiating a terrifying energy. All of Xingfa's attacks were irresistibly drawn into the black hole. After devouring everything, the black hole vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Lam couldn't believe her eyes. "Everything was absorbed?" she gasped. "Everything absorbed?" Xingfa was equally horrified, speechless with shock. Gift raised his staff once more and brought it crashing down. His voice growled. A bloody aura enveloped him as he continued his deadly technique. A new, devastating move called Annihilation was unleashed. A bizarre black hole materialized before Sifa, filling her with dread. Shockingly, it attacked her with the very move it had just absorbed, a reflected attack, using the energy Sifa herself had unleashed. Caught off guard, Sifa was struck by the painful counterattack. With a chilling cry, he explained the nature of his power. His magic absorption ability was an impenetrable shield against any magical attack, within a certain range. Sifa lay defeated on the ground, too weak to speak. Gift extended a hand towards her, his face emotionless, and continued coldly, "I'm sorry, Miss Sifa, but I must take you as per the Lord's command." His master's orders were absolute. Suddenly, Lam No Thien Thursday the Twin appeared, declaring furiously, "I won't let you do that." Gift's voice was low and resolute as he responded. He would not allow any interference with his mission. One of his spears, with all his might, Lam launched a direct attack on his opponent. But he wasn't just any ordinary opponent. He wouldn't be easily defeated. He effortlessly neutralized Lam's attack and retaliated with a brutal slap, sending Lam flying backward. Before he could recover, Lam suffered a critical blow to his stomach. He was then mocked and called naive and inexperienced. Sifa struggled to sit up, her voice hoarse as she called out to her friend, Lam. But despite her desperate efforts, she couldn't move an inch. "I have to help him," Sifa thought to herself, but her body was completely drained, devoid of any strength. She was the one who had dragged Lamb into this dangerous situation. Why, Lamb? Why? Sifa tormented herself. Why am I so powerless? Lamb's situation became more critical than ever. He was relentlessly attacked by Gift, with no chance to fight back. Witnessing this scene, Sifa felt even more regret and self-blame. If only I were stronger, so I could help Lamb, she thought desperately. Suddenly, Sifa remembered what Bio had once told her. Training will help you. It makes releasing latent energy during combat much smoother and easier. Therefore, Sifa began to try and calm her chaotic mind. Right, stay calm. I have to stay calm. She slowly stood up, though her body was still trembling with fear. Sifa closed her eyes, focusing all her energy on applying Belle's method. This was the moment to maintain composure, to concentrate intensely on feeling and controlling the surging magical flow. Her strong will and absolute focus gradually turned the tide of the battle. I can do this. I have to do this. After gathering enough energy, Sifa held the harp close, resolutely telling herself, I can do this. I have to save Lamb. I must save Lamb. Just as Gift launched a fatal attack towards Lamb, a finishing blow meant to seal his fate, a miracle occurred. The harp in Sifa's hands began to play magical melodies, resonating with the surrounding magic. Lamb used his remaining strength, trying to raise his spear, withstand his terrifying attack. The harp in Sin Fi's hands vibrated intensely, as if possessed by a spirit. A mystical energy surged forth. Lamb, after a moment of shock, regained his composure, his eyes firm. It's not over yet. Lamb's confident declaration made Kid grit his teeth in utter astonishment. What's happening? Sin Fi's 10 fingers danced across the strings, graceful and fluid. As if guided by a divine weapon, her fingertips danced on the strings. Lamb exclaimed in admiration toward Sin Fi. Miss Sin Fi, I can hear your music. From within the music, a transcendent, pure melody spread throughout the space. It made Lamb contemplate the meaning of the music Sin Fi was playing. Sin Fi closed her eyes, completely immersed in the gentle, melodious tunes. Wonderful. The sounds blended and ascended into a complete melody, and the music grew increasingly louder and more powerful. As the music ended, Sin Fi's eyes became sharp and resolute. The music had transformed into power and unmatched force. Lamb placed his complete and unwavering faith in her. It was as if that very faith awakened a primal energy within him, granting him extraordinary strength. With a mighty roar, Lamb unleashed all his power, pushing back against Gift. Gift was sent flying backward, tumbling and rolling several meters across the ground. He cried out in pain and astonishment. Fear gripped his heart. This kid, where did he get that monstrous strength, he wondered, without missing a beat? Lamb pressed his advantage, unleashing his ultimate technique, Ice Storm. The trident in his hand radiated a chilling cold, freezing the ground around him. The ice spread rapidly, engulfing everything in its path. Gift struggled to use his strange black hole to absorb the power of Lamb's Ice Storm. But this time, it was much more difficult. It wasn't as easy as before. Panic and confusion were evident on Gift's face. He realized the dangerous situation he was in, that he couldn't let the fight end like this. Finally, Gift could no longer withstand Lamb's overwhelming power. He screamed in despair, his cries echoing through the space. On the other side of the battlefield, Belle was also starting to falter. The 5 Eveline members arrogantly declared their imminent victory. Exhaustion was evident on Belle's face. He seemed to be on the verge of collapse. I'll end this, he muttered. End the charade now. Belle looked down anxiously, observing his 2 companions. Could those be Ram and Sifa? Are they? A surge of pride filled Belle as he watched Ram and Sifa fight. He felt a surge of motivation. Amazing. Now, it's just you and me. Belle finished, his voice firm and powerful. This was a risky gamble, but it was time to play his trump card. Witnessing Belle's indomitable spirit, Avalon flew into a rage, roaring furiously. Damn it, you're still hiding your power? Fine then. He smirked, a contemptuous smile spreading across his face. I'll show you the true meaning of despair. With that, Avalon shot up into the air. He opened his mouth wide, taking a deep breath, filling his lungs. His body began to radiate immense energy. His power increased exponentially. Observing Ivulane's transformation, Bell instantly recognized his opponent's intention. "Come on, full power attack," he roared. The fireball in Bell's hand was still forming, incomplete. But despite facing his opponent's powerful, high-level half-dragon transformation, the flame of determination within Bell's heart burned fiercely. "If I can just survive this attack, I still have a chance to win," he told himself. Evelane's chest heaved violently, like a volcano about to erupt. Clearly, after completing the energy accumulation process, he opened his mouth wide. Inside his throat, an enormous stream of magical power shone brilliantly, dazzlingly bright. Bell could feel the terrifying scale of the energy sphere. The energy that Eveline poured into the attack aimed at Bell truly possessed earth-shattering power. Witnessing this, Bell was stunned, his entire body frozen stiff. For a moment, he couldn't figure out how to respond. "Impossible. It's even bigger than I imagined." Despair seemed to engulf him, but a faint glimmer of hope still lingered. Bell mustered all his strength, unleashing his final counterattack. He braced himself, utilizing all of his power. With a furious roar, he unleashed a massive fireball, growling, "Damn it!" The two colossal energies collided in midair, creating a blinding explosion. To the naked eye, Evelane clearly had the upper hand. Sensing his advantage, Evelane pressed harder, determined to crush Bio with his overwhelming power. His crimson energy intensified, pushing Bio further onto the defensive. Bio was drenched in sweat, his body taut as a bowstring, struggling to withstand the immense pressure. He gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. With an earth-shattering roar, Evelane unleashed the full force of his attack, sending Bio flying. Silence descended, an eerie stillness settling over the surroundings. Evelane thought to himself. Over so soon. A smug grin spread across his lips. What a disappointing end. But just then, Bio's voice cut through the silence from behind him. "Not yet." With blinding speed, Bio was upon Evelane, locking him in a chokehold. "What?" Evelane gasped in shock. Bio laughed. "It seems you underestimated me." Eveline, enraged, gritted his teeth and roared. What did you just say?" Bio retorted confidently. "It's simple. While you're focused on attacking with all your might, solely fixated on taking me down, my trickery wasn't just about speed, but also adaptability, something few possess. I created a fire clone, and what you attacked so fiercely was merely an illusion." This forced Eveline to admit inwardly, "This brat, he can even use such cunning tricks?" Bio stood proudly, exuding an air of complete control over the battle. "Now you're cornered, aren't you?" Despite being cornered by Bio, Eveline remained defiant. "So what? Even if you can attack me from behind, your attacks won't reach me. I will not loosen my grip on this seal." Bio declared sharply. "Then let's see how my arduous training will be put on display. I will make full use of it right here." An immense power began to surge within him. It coursed through his veins, muscles, and bones. Then it converged, focusing on the arm that was gripping Evlane's neck. The sudden surge of magical power greatly surprised him. "What's this?" "Ikan Sensha." A powerful magical force from this brat's right arm, Bell declared resolutely in a firm voice. "Even though normal attacks can't hurt him, with a punch filled with all my strength, it will definitely land." Witnessing Bell's powerful punch hurtling towards him, Evelane felt true unease. He knew he was in real danger. Bell had put all his strength into it, holding nothing back. He poured all his life force, betting everything on this decisive attack. "This is my ultimate move." Aiming directly at Evlane's unguarded back, Bell unleashed his special technique, Heaven-Crushing Fist, just as he predicted. The critical attack pierced right through his heart. Evlane's eyes widened. He screamed in excruciating pain. He thrashed like a dying beast. An agonizing pain beyond words shot through his spine like 1,000 needles. Unbelievable. His invincible dragon scales, his impenetrable dragon armor was shattering. His pride, his meticulously cultivated arrogance, crumbled with it. Defeated? By a mere brat? Damn it. A long time passed before Eveline slowly opened his eyes, awakening from the darkness. He found himself encased in lamb's ice, completely immobile. Gift's fate was no better. Both of them faced Meow's group, the situation dire. Meow, arms crossed, began to taunt Eveline. Awake already? Faster than I expected. Eveline's face, cold and filled with contempt, retorted, "Humph, now that you've captured me, what will you do? Torture me? Do as you please. The loser is the victor's spoils." CFA, harp in hand, spoke with unwavering resolve. "I just want to tell you one thing," she declared bluntly. Severing any invisible ties he clung to. "I won't let you start a war. I'm not a pawn in your game, understand?" Yvain lowered his head, silent. He understood. He was walking a thin line between life and death. He coldly submitted to Sifa's will, letting her decide his fate. She glanced at Lamb, silently signaling with her eyes. Lamb understood immediately, quickly retracting his trident. Freezing bands of ice shot out, binding Eveline, and Gift vanished into thin air. Sifa resolutely added, her voice ice-cold, "Never appear before me again." His initial plan had failed miserably. Yvain reluctantly retreated in silence. The Gift Bell members were speechless. They watched his figure disappear into the night. After her brother was completely out of sight, Sifa sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground. "I'm exhausted." Lamb turned excitedly, praising Bell profusely. "We actually succeeded. Defeating B.O., the powerful student council president, was a resounding victory. You were truly extraordinary, an incredible feat. You just humbly shook your head, but you almost lost. That was a close call." Shimpa stood up with a serious expression and called out the names of her two friends, B.O. and Ram. She smiled radiantly, brighter than ever before. "Thank you both so much. Your help was invaluable. Someday, I will definitely repay this kindness. I promise." B.O. gently told her there was no need to thank him, his voice warm and sincere. "Because we're friends, right? Friends always help each other." Hearing those words, Shimpa responded with a firm yes. "Best friends. Our friendship will last forever." B.O. smiled back at her, his eyes filled with absolute trust. After defeating Eveline, the other student council members will probably target us. They won't leave us alone. Familiar faces flashed through his mind, carrying ominous premonitions. Bell's determination intensified, burning fiercely. To defeat them, I must become stronger. I have to surpass my limits, especially Albert, a formidable opponent. Memories of the past tragedy surfaced, a wave of vigilance washing over him, heightening his senses. Could he be Sarah's sworn enemy, the one who caused her so much pain all those years ago? I won't let that tragedy repeat itself. This time, I will protect Sarah at all costs. A single, unwavering goal propelled him forward. I must become the strongest in this school, surpassing every opponent. To prove my absolute strength, to ensure no one ever underestimates me again. And finally, I will defeat Jean, the one who inflicted so much suffering. He thought to himself, I will claim the head of the family title, take back everything that is rightfully mine. B.O.'s unwavering determination was as solid as bedrock, unshakable and resolute. This time, with all my strength, I will protect Sarah from any harm. Time flew by, years passed in quiet anticipation. Under a stormy sky, lightning crackled, heralding a monumental battle. B.O. finally stood face to face with Jean, his nemesis. Their figures emerged from the raging tempest. They faced each other, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. B.O., now a grown man, exuded an aura of courage and strength. His sword radiated a brilliant aura, ready for a fight to the death. Now, I am the true head of the family, B.O. declared powerfully. Jean smirked, his face filled with contempt. It seems you're still not strong enough. His sharp scythe rested on his shoulder, radiating a deadly aura. Each word he uttered, sharp as a dagger. Like a venomous curse aimed at my beloved brother, a curse that binds you in darkness. Bell remained calm, serene in the face of this hauntingly familiar scene. The harsh lesson he learned from his past life was the feeling of helplessness and agonizing pain, of witnessing loved ones in danger, unable to protect them. In that moment, he had held Sarah's blood-soaked body close, screaming in despair. He was prepared, ready to face anything to prevent the tragedy from repeating itself. That's why he was here, confronting Jean head-on, without fear. Just as he had faced bitter defeat in the past, because he understood that pain he could face. Any enemy, no matter how powerful, With fierce conviction burning in his heart, Bell charged forward, determined to defeat Jean. Sarah's fate, he thought to himself. His sword blazed with light as he leaped into the air, launching a relentless assault. Bell's heart yearned for only one thing. I will change this fate. Finally, a blinding sword strike, carrying earth-shattering power, descended. The man known as Jean Kia,